I don't even know what that was.
Yeah, no one will ever know what it is that you're questioning.
Yeah, well,
It's
they'll
fine.
still think that I'm ruining the intro, but I think it was you this time.
I feel like I ruined it for myself. I couldn't even count. I was like 5, 4, 2,
Yeah,
1.
I could have sworn I heard them. I didn't want to say anything because I was like, clearly, you must be wrong on this one. Like, there's no way she mistakenly counted backwards from 5 incorrectly.
Oh well, we can do. What you gonna do?
Nothing.
Dude, adverts play when our thing goes live. How
Why?
cool is that?
That's weird. Don't buy whatever advertisement's playing right now.
I'm getting an advert for makeup,
Oh, well, I
so I
won't
don't know
buy.
what other people are getting. Dude, we've got people in chat. So my brother's in chat, Folly is in chat, Who Died is in chat. Hey!
Welcome.
Hey! Who Died? I've missed you. I feel like you haven't been joining us for the show for ages.
She's working hard, studying.
Yep, Folly says the stream started with an ad for them as well. Okay, so I guess when we start the show from now on, we'll give it like a little bit where we blag about rubbish, which is no different than what we normally do, so it's fine.
Well, and that's good because if they play an ad, I think they have to pay us like $800 now.
Yeah, it's true.
I think they
Especially
need
if
to send one of those new Microsoft Surface books, right? Sure looks like a pretty awesome computer.
I
Be
know,
pretty
it
rad
looks
to have that
amazing.
on the podcast for free because it's such a good computer. Am I right, Microsoft? It's probably great for artists. I'm sure they would love to buy it if they could see it in action.
Oh, everyone's showing up. I was so worried that no one was going to show up for this show. And then my brother was like, hey, and I was like, okay, it's alright. The
Your
only
brother,
person we have today is my
we're
brother.
like, oh, looks like your birthday party's all over again or something, you know?
Justin the Cheetah, Maestro Chi, and Foxtrot Oscar. Hey guys. Hey guys.
Oops.
I haven't done the intro. Hey!
Yeah.
Hello, and welcome to the Ice Lounge podcast. My name is Sarah, also known as Gamer Draws. I'm joined once again by the lovely Michael Stefan, also known as Funisher. So we're going to kind of have like a show split in half, sort of. So I guess around, 7 p.m. PT?
Yeah, a little after 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Yep, and that would be 3 a.m. GMT. We will be joined by the wonderful Kenneth Hung, who has been in the chat for the last few episodes. I believe their Reddit name is Ken Paints. I know that's their Instagram name. So, yeah, they shall be joining us.
And they're K Wicked.
Hmm?
I believe it's K Wicked on
K Wicked,
Reddit.
yes, that's right.
And then he's going to be talking about his road and path into the animation industry. Currently works for Disney. He's worked for Nickelodeon. It will be an informative, fun, and exciting journey. And I'll just make him like divulge all the company's secrets and then get laid off. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that.
Can
like,
I ask you a question?
Go ahead and show everyone what their contracts look like. No, let's just talk about private company things.
Yes, no.
What is your boss's cell phone number? Let's cover that on the podcast.
How do we break into Blizzard?
Boss's cell phone number out loud, quick.
Did your chair randomly fall down? Is that what happened there?
Sometimes I kind of forget, and I just hit the little button and sync, and it's just fun. I do that. I don't know why. It's just fun.
I love that you're sitting there being an artist with your wine, and then you're just like, ew.
Shh. It's my. There's a little part there that's kind of broken. It's my. It's just some of my physical comedy, you know.
Yeah. I've decided to become an old woman today.
You became an old woman today?
Yeah, I have a blanket.
Worried you're gonna catch a cold?
It's really cold in here. People keep turning the heating off, and it's October. Don't do that.
Oh, it's frickin' scorching inside the apartment.
Really?
I'm when the apartment gets cold again. Oh, nice. It's hard to sleep in the heat.
No, yeah, sleeping in the heat's the worst. Cold's better because you just get billions of blankets and wrap around you. I wrap
So
up like a little burrito. It makes me so happy.
you wrap up in a burrito?
Yeah,
Don't you feel like restricted though? Like everything's like all held together. You can't move your arms.
that's exactly what I want. I want to be wrapped up as much as possible.
No, I can't do that. I roll around too much. I'm like a hot dog at like the on the little rollers, you know? Like that's how I am in bed. I'm just constantly like rolling. 'Cause
Have you seen the video of the little chihuahua that's like all wrapped up and then they just pull it and it just keeps like rolling along?
It's the best. Mm.
Who Died agrees that cold is better. I'm so glad that Who Died is here today because I feel like every time we say anything, Who Died always agrees with me.
Oh yeah, she's always got your side. Well, she is your designated artist lounge wife.
My waifu.
Yeah, you just got to be sure that your guys' wedding photo has a bunch of pigeons obscuring everything and the picture.
Yeah, I found a wedding dress photo today, and it's literally just pigeons in the way of the dress, and I thought it was amazing. And it's like, this is our gallery to represent our new wedding dresses, and it's just pigeon.
Let's also remember the pigeons are definitely the most romantic bird. I don't know if these people how many pigeons they've seen, but there's like always like a couple pigeons that look normal, right? Like there's actually two. The ones that shit all over my neighbor's roof are actually pretty adorable. They're just real plump couple.
Oh, they're
actually,
my favorites.
they're literally on the roof snuggling right now in the sun. Like they're up there and they're just like got their little heads together. It's adorable. But you go into the city and you see those pigeons. Oh my God, they got bumblefoot. They look. You know how they say like it's like a rat with wings? These are like totally rats with wings.
They look like pirates.
Huh?
They look like pirates. They look like they're gonna.
Oh yeah, they are just weathered pigeons. They're pigeons that like, you know, like you see that photo of like the shark with all the scars on it. It's like
Yeah.
that. Pigeons. Things are gnarly. I think they have been attacked by like 6 times by like a seagull or something.
Seagulls are mean though. Seagulls are massive as well. You
They
never
are.
really realise how big seagulls are until they're like right up in your face.
Yeah, it's they're intense. Birds always scare me. If they're too close, it's like I swear to God, it's gonna go right for my eyes. You know, it's like it's got a beak. The beak's gonna go right for my eyes. I just know it will.
That's
how
geese though. Geese come at your face. They're like.
See, now
There's
I
a
can't.
sentence.
Fortunately, there's not too many geese in my life.
No.
The only
No,
bird I
no.
can't picture like poking my face would be like a pelican because its beak's just so huge. I just picture like a pelican just kind of messing with me, but not like trying to eat my eyes.
I saw a picture earlier today of some flooding in, I believe it was in Worcester, and it's just swans swimming all the way down the road.
Saw
And I
that.
was like, that's amazing.
Yeah, it was beautiful. It's pretty romantic.
Who Died wants flamingos or peacocks at our wedding instead of pigeons? I choose peacocks. Peacocks are awesome, but I feel like they could kill you if they wanted to.
They're loud too.
Shh.
I don't know if you're sitting there listening to peacocks, but they'll just sit there going. That's
Have you
what they
seen a
do.
white peacock before?
Really?
A white
Are you sure?
peacock. Huh?
Are you sure it wasn't a goose?
No. I haven't seen one in real life. I go through random stages where I Google random stuff, and then I sit there and I Googled white peacock, and it's like an albino peacock, and they look amazing.
I still think it's a goose.
I think they're a goose.
I think someone photoshopped white on a goose, on
No.
like a peacock.
No, look it
Goose.
up. Look up white peacock.
Yeah, that's what they look like.
What are you doing?
I'm like a superhero that's bad at flying, like trying to learn it, figure it out.
And Superman's just like, no, you put one in front. That's how it works.
Wasn't there a superhero that would fly without having his arms in front of him? He'd just like do the head bomb forward thing.
I know that the Human Torch does that, doesn't he, from the Fantastic Four? But
I think
he
if I
shoots out
fly, I
fire.
would do that because like my head resembles the front of a plane. You know, it's like the nose of a plane.
It
So it
works.
would make more sense for my head to be in the front instead of my hands. But I think it'd be pretty cool if a superhero just flew on their back with their feet forward. That'd be pretty interesting.
Wait, what? What, like,
Like laying on their back, or even better, on their stomach, flying with their feet forward, like that way.
That seems so inefficient.
Yeah, it's a horrible idea, but it'd be hilarious.
Foxtrot says the army base I was on had a resident peacock that used to call outside the block every morning at 5 a.m. The prick.
Yeah, they're loud. But if
Canadian
you guys want that at your
geese
wedding,
are
then
apparently
so
evil.
be it.
Sorry, I cut you off.
If you guys want that at your wedding, so be it. If it's going to be a peacock wedding.
Well, you only have to have it for the day, and like there can be a person there who looks after the peacocks. So
No, you have to get the peacocks home with you after. They become your peacocks. You
no,
now own 7 peacocks.
no, I'm all right without owning peacocks. I'm actually all right without owning pets at the moment. Every time, all right. Do you want to know a little secret, a little behind the scenes of this podcast?
Yeah, sure.
Every time I go to start this podcast, every time I go to set up this area for the podcast, I have to clear up cat sick.
You have to clear up. You have to clear up cat shit.
Cat sick from this table
Oh.
every single time. I will come over here on like the Monday evening, and I'm like, oh, I better get everything ready. Where's my laptop? Blah blah blah. And there's just cat sick here, and it's like it wasn't here an hour ago, so why is it here now?
Do they always want to barf on your table before the podcast?
I guess maybe they hate the podcast.
How often do they barf?
Often. We
that
have
normal?
3 cats. We have 3 cats. All you need is an above average frequency of cat throwing up, and across the 3 cats, that means inevitably you have constant cat sick at some point. It's there. It's like I need to not have cats in my life anymore.
It's a shame they never had that quite down for the litter box too. I remember I was at a friend's house and he had 5 cats way back in the day. His family. This was like when we were in like 5th grade. And I remember his cat Coconut was starting to like get ready to like, puke his hair, fur ball on the ground or whatever. And it was doing like the thing. And he goes no, and he grabs it and he just picks it up and tries to run to the bathroom and hold it over the toilet like.
I just throw them outside. I'm like, look, if you're going to do that, go sit outside.
Then they just wait patiently to come back in and then throw up inside on your table.
They do! Like, they're doing that, like, gross noise thing. You pick them up, you put them outside, and it suddenly stops. It's like, you're walking along, they're making the noise the whole time. You put them outside, and they stop, and they sit there, and they look at you, like, and what? Let me back in.
Like, no, it's cool, I swallowed it. When you picked me up, it made me swallow it. Yeah. They're like, you'll be back later.
I like that Who Died is posting pictures of chickens. Little emoticons. Anyway, we should probably let people know what we're drawing today. We had a fight about what we were going to draw today with ourselves. We were like, oh my god, there's some really cool pictures. But we have settled on, let me check what it is on new. Nope, my computer says nope, you can't find that out. Never mind. We're drawing a piece by Psychedelic Velocity. That is a cool name. The title is, This is me sitting in the flowers. Would anyone like to have a go at drawing it? All stars welcome, smiley face. And it's a lady in a red hat sitting in some flowers. So we will be drawing that today. Just in the chat it says, YouTube cats puking to techno. Oh my god, yes.
We'll definitely explore that later. That's post-show exploration right there.
Should we have a post-show show? No, I need to go to bed.
Yeah, no, post-show is like the next day for you. The post-show would just be like your the fam waking up and then them just joining in and you going to sleep.
Yeah, it would be just like coming up.
Like game analysis, It's like Sports Center. Like, this is like the match, and then after, then everyone sits around, they talk about the show and like how it all went down. They'll be like, well, Mike seemed pretty shaken in the beginning, like usual with his drawing. He seems to be starting off the season well, etc.
Sarah started fine, but had a weird moment in the early second half.
Things, as usual, got very dark at the beginning of the second half. And then they managed to pull their way through it in the end.
Oh my god, apparently Cats Puking to Techno is totally worth the Google, or the YouTube, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Apparently it's
Well,
worth it. Everyone's like, yes.
we'll jack up our audio, and then the hangout will be like, Cats Puking to Techno is this guy's video. We're gonna pull your stream now because you don't own Skrillex's song or whatever song they're puking to.
Is Skrillex techno?
He was dubstep, and then now he's kind of, it depends what project, and then he does. I don't know, man. I just associate all those guys together at this point. You know, your Skrillex and Diplos and whatnot. I just categorize. I just put them all in the big room category. And that's that. But he got. I think he got famous for on the dubstep thing.
Yeah.
Fighting
Yeah,
robots.
I was thinking dubstep.
Wop, 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 wop,
Wop,
wop,
wop, wop, wop, drop the bass. Okay,
Wop,
I'm gonna
wop, wop.
swap my screen over.
All right, let's like get started on stuff.
Okay, screen sharing, la la la. You can see the billions of stuff on my desktop. Yay. I need to clear out my desktop, it's a nightmare.
Alrighty.
Good
Oh.
morning, Juhasai 111. Oh, Juhasal.
Gonna make some art.
Wait, what? My brother just said Ross from Friends and Skrillex are basically the same.
Who?
What?
Skrillex and who?
Ross from Friends.
Oh yeah, because he plays the keyboard.
God damn it, what? So, next to me, I have a glass of water and also a candle. And every now and then, I go to drink my glass of water and accidentally pick up the candle.
Oh, I can see this going well later. Once you get a little more tired, you're gonna make the wrong choice, and you're gonna sound like one of your cats before the podcast.
Yeah, it's going to be an issue. Right. Drawing, doing the things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my computer lagged and made a really cruddy line.
I don't have to worry about computer lagging to make my crappy lines. I can do it all on my own.
Do it all on your own.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's already really hot in here. Okay. All right, Mike, you got this. You got this. This is going to be a hard one. I'm in so much trouble.
I should probably save the image.
You got MCM coming up in 2 weeks.
No, don't. I'm so not ready.
2 weeks. Oh my God, it's like already happening.
No, seriously, I've been having like stress moments. I've had a headache for about 2 or 3 weeks now, nonstop.
Jesus.
Yeah. I just wake up and I have a headache, and I go to bed and I have a headache, and I'm just like, this is how stressed I am. I'm just not ready for this. Meanwhile, my brother's probably laughing. He's like, ha, you know nothing of headaches. Ha. That can be a joke between us.
Okay. Didn't know if he's like a headache master.
He's actually like got actual headaches constantly.
Mm.
So I'm probably like, you know nothing. You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Oh, man. I would say, you could just relieve the stress by just starting to smoke a lot of weed and drinking. But I don't think the drinking is going to help with the morning headaches. I think it might actually make them worse.
What?
And I don't think smoking weed's going to help you much to prepare for MCM. I think it will just make you forget, like, oh, shit, that's right, I have to get things ready for MCM.
I wouldn't even know how you even like get near weed in the UK.
I'd say in your case, you probably just mention it. I don't even know how to get weed. You probably get like 7 messages on Reddit, like, hey, yo,
No.
listen,
No.
if you really needed it,
No, I'm
Pretty
quite
easy in
alright. Thank you
California.
very much.
California, you just go to a doctor and be like, I'm stressed. And then they give you a little card with a hologram on it, and then you just go buy weed.
A hologram, dude. I'm more excited about that.
Well, it was funny because it was like you had to get like your medical card, and I guess you still do like to get the weed, the medicinal weed. And I remember thinking the very first time I saw one out here that I thought it would look professional. You know what I mean? Like I thought like the card, if it's like they would try to play it off like, it's medicinal, and it would look like a prescription-y kind of card. And then the first time a friend showed it, it had like it was just a bunch of the pot leaves, and then it had like a hologram thing. It looked like a total it was totally like a stoner design. It was just hilarious. Like it might as well have been in like some type of just like I don't know. It's just some garish font with a bunch of pot leaves. Might as well have just had Bob Marley in the background, really, at that point.
Oh dear.
It's funny. I don't actually smoke weed, but part of me is still kind of surprised that I just haven't even like. There's like a weird feeling like when you know you just can easily. Finally, you're just like, everyone says like no one's gonna start like doing it just because it's legal, but you kind of want to. There's a part of you that's just like, well, I mean, I might as well, right? I mean, it's there. I don't really enjoy it, but I might as well. It's an option.
That seems really weird.
That's pretty much any time I smoke weed. That's how it kind of goes down. Is I'm sitting there and I'm like, I guess I might as well. And then, either I smoke not enough for anything to happen, or I smoke enough for something to happen, and then I immediately go, oh, I forgot. I actually don't like this very much, and then I'm high for a while. And that's my experience with drugs.
Dear, I'm quite all right not being involved in that.
I'm gonna get Tim high without him knowing. That's the kind of friend I am. Just
That-
kidding. I wouldn't do that to somebody.
Nope.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to anybody. I have a rule with a friend: if they ever like dose me, particularly with like a mushroom or acid style drug, that particularly with mushrooms, only because they go so badly with me, that I said if anyone were ever to do that to me, I would. I have the promise with all my friends, no matter who it is, that I will wait for them to be asleep and then punch them in the face as hard as I can. I'm like, that's how much I don't like it. Like, I am willing to ruin our friendship and to potentially damage your face when you are completely helpless. If I ever get dosed by a person, that's like the promise I made to them, like to anybody.
I feel like that's acceptable because.
Oh, it's just because
you want to ruin a friendship, dosing someone up with something that they have no like awareness of seems a pretty good way of ruining it.
Well, I mean, the worst thing is like, especially like in my case where I know that I don't react well to it, and knowing that it's like going to cause potentially a lot of anxiety and issues that I'm going to have to sort out over like the next year or two, that it's like, you know what, someone's getting a punch in the face. Oh my Lord. It gets so hot in here.
Foxtrot says, I don't like this RGD. There's too much going on for a lazy shit like me.
This was the one, like when you mentioned it, I was just like, are you messing with me? Like, you know how I am when I pick my RGDs. I already hate how I'm laying it out. That's a problem. I've already made some pretty...
By the way, you said you think you want to do something and then you regret it afterwards.
What, just in life in general?
With the weed, right?
Oh, yeah.
My brother said, I feel the same way about McDonald's.
Yes, no, it's very similar. You have that moment where you tell yourself, you're like, their fries are good. And then you just get food and you eat it. An hour later, you're just like, I'm pretty sure it's not even food. That can't be food. Like, I think that's just like Play-Doh, and they just put it through like the little burger fry shaping little squishy thing. And then you just eat that. And then it hurts so much. I'm pretty sure their food used to be made out of food at one point in time. I don't know what food supplement they use now.
This is not a slander of the wonderful franchise that is McDonald's. I'm sure everything is made of wonderful, perfectly good and legal food.
I don't think we need to worry about defending McDonald's. I think that actually they might not be okay. They're not doing their business is shrinking. Apparently it's not working out as planned. SpaghettiOs.
I always found it funny growing up here, watching the BBC. Whenever someone mentions something, you have to mention the opposite argument of it to be fair on the BBC.
Oh, really?
And you also can't talk about one brand unless it's like a paid deal or the thing is specifically only to do with that one brand. So whenever someone would mention like Mars bars are delicious, someone would have to say other chocolates are available.
Really?
Yeah, so I think that's amazing. So I've kind of like grown up with that said constantly on TV.
Mm-hmm. We would also like to clarify that there are other options for you as well.
Exactly.
They're just trying to reassure people, like, don't worry, like, it's not as like the socialism isn't as scary as America seems to think, or whatever. Like,
what?
I always imagine there's just like certain.
I feel like it's to try and create non-biased broadcasts. I think that's the aim.
Oh yeah, no, and it's the whole. I just love it in America. There's always that constant like, it's not a free market. We need the free market because it works so well. We don't need to go down that road for the podcast because that.
No, all right, thanks. I don't even understand most of it, so I don't know enough to discuss.
I thought we were going to talk about Friedman. Oh well.
I always draw heads too big when I'm drawing bodies and stuff.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm mostly thinking about just how hot it is in here, and I kind of want to turn on my fan, but I'm worried it's going to make too much noise. And so, I'm just trapped in that now. Oh, my Lord. We have Chipotle. Chipotle is greater than McDonald's. Isn't Chipotle owned by McDonald's? Isn't that how that works? Yeah, I think so.
I feel like everything is owned by everyone at this point.
Yeah, there's only like 4 companies. And I'm with Dick's of ED, which is worst thing about McDonald's is the breakfast main menu split. Sometimes I just want chicken nuggets at 9 a.m. Yeah, because it's like the breakfast isn't even like Play-Doh. It's like a weird powder that's just in. It's like those Necco wafers that like pretend to be candy. It's like if you get like an egg McMuffin, it's just like that weird candy grandma would have, but just like bread flavored. It's like Pepto-Bismol shaped like an egg sandwich.
What?
And yeah, I'm getting paid by McDonald's to say these things. I should clarify. This is a paid advertisement for McDonald's.
I feel like you're not doing a very good job for them.
It's like an anti-advertisement. As long as I say the company name, people are reminded that, oh yeah, they exist, and then they go buy their disgusting, horrible food.
I'm working relatively fast today.
What? For you? Oh, good God! You're gonna be like done in a half hour. You're gonna finish before Demon Man.
No, not quite. I don't think so. Although Demon Man's not here yet, so maybe I will be him.
That's weird. I mean, that's not right.
No.
Why isn't Demon Man here?
I don't know.
I'm a little worried.
I'm sure everything is okay.
What would the podcast be without Demon Man? I'm actually drinking Demon Man wine right now.
Yeah, I didn't know you had any left.
He sent out the batch that he worked on with friends at another vineyard. I should actually hold on a second. Let me see what it's called. Well, I'll be right back.
No, don't leave me. I'm like mega focused because I'm actually getting stuff done for once in my life on this show.
This is the a Grovedale Winery Desert Rose that I believe the Mun Man helped make this batch.
Oh, you know what? We have to work in too fast a time limit that I can't be bothered with this hand. It's just not going to happen. I'm going to hide it with the flour.
Oh, the hand that's... Yes.
I'm just going to admit that right now. I'm just
Creative
not gonna
liberty.
bother.
Hand is hidden. There's so much background, and I didn't draw any of it. Damn it.
That sounds just like you.
Well, I wanted to use it because I wanted to use it to measure the figure, you know, because that's like a good way to measure is to measure off the background. But it's, I already drew it and now I'm like pretending I'm measuring, but I already drew the damn figure. Look at me. This is ridiculous. No, serious. It's like when you're a kid and your mom's like, you better do all the dusting. And then, you know, she leaves to go pick up groceries. And then she comes back, you got to like grab the rag and pretend like you've been dusting for that time, you know? That's what I'm doing. I'm doing the drawing equivalent of that right now.
Do you actually like do dusting? Does anyone actually do dusting? And be like,
I do.
You know, I'm legit going to do dusting.
I do dust when we clean because if there's too much dust, then I'll get allergies.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, I'm not like, the thing is about dusting is like, you can only dust so much. You know, it's not like everything in your house is just a bunch of empty flat tables. You know, it's just like, am I really going to pull every book out of the shelf and dust? You know?
Yeah.
So you kind of have to just give everything a good once over. But beyond that, like, well, there's the guy outside again.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
No.
He seems to be pacing back and forth down my street quite a bit here.
That's kind of scary.
Nah, he's fine. Sometimes he sleeps in my back lot garage area.
In your back. He sleeps in your back.
He sleeps in my back. He's like a botfly, larva. He just sleeps in my back.
Foxtrot dusts. There you go, world. Now you know.
Huh?
Foxtrot
He does dust. Apparently, you are the only person who doesn't dust.
Apparently. Although maybe I just don't walk around with like a dusting thing, like one of them feather fluffy things. I don't do that.
You don't have a feather duster. You just got to use like the rag and some pledge or something. You got to keep it simple.
So I guess I do dust, but not like.
You just don't do like, you don't like put on the whole like outfit, right? And then dust with the feather duster. Like that's what I do, and
I don't
weird
wear
for
a maid
Tim.
outfit.
I wear a French maid outfit, and when I lived on my own, it wasn't a big deal, and it's been hard for Tim to adjust a little bit. Sometimes he'll pretend to be asleep longer than he is, if he hears me like singing my dusting songs, and it's been a little awkward, but we make it work.
I'm sure he understands.
I don't know if anyone will ever understand.
Is that just about you and life?
Pretty much. If it was like if they made like a biopic about me, you're looking at like the movie poster, that would be that tagline under the title. I don't know if anyone will ever understand.
Polymizer said, "Great, all this dusting talk is making me think of French maid outfits." And then
Well, there you
Sam
go.
said,
You're welcome.
The French maid outfit is not optional when dusting.
I don't know how you get any dusting done without a French maid outfit.
I know.
Usually it comes with a duster. You have to buy it in a pack.
I used an apron for the first time in ages yesterday.
What you use an apron for?
To eat.
You ate with an apron?
Spill. Shut up.
You weren't even like making something or cooking. You used it
I
to
cooked
eat.
and then ate.
Oh, okay. So you cooked with the apron.
and then ate afterwards. Yeah, but
Okay.
I cooked and ate spaghetti bolognese, and I had a white sheer top on.
Mm.
And I didn't want to ruin it right before I was
Yeah.
going out to a party. So
So you just had the apron stick around a little bit for the after party of the food.
yeah, I was just like walking around like squeaking everywhere because the apron was like kind of plasticky. My brother David just said, "Wow, you are getting old."
Yeah, it's like a very practical thing to do. You're starting like
Is.
let like just practical decisions overtake the I don't care what people think. Like I think that's a sign when you know you're getting old is if you keep telling yourself I don't care what people think. Apron,
Well, there's no people that can
sweatpants.
think anyway, anything.
Oh, the cats know. Cats always know.
Do I have accelerated aging when you're away, David? That's what you just said. He said, do you have accelerated aging when I'm away? Yes, you are secretly, I don't know, the power of youth. You walk near people and make them younger. I'm almost 23. That's weird to me.
You're almost 23?
Yeah,
Jesus,
my birthday's
you're
in
young.
January.
I am almost 10 years older than you. 10 years. That's insane. What year were you born then? I don't want to do math.
93.
93. So, man. Good year. I don't remember 93.
You were probably on your skateboard.
Yes,
In
I would be 10 years old. So I'll have you know, well, by the time you were born, I was able to do a switch kickflip. So let's just have that on the record. Though I can't do them now that I'm old.
I started doing my Christmas shopping. That's how old I've gotten. What's wrong?
Oh my God. No, okay, no, that's old. Like you're well into Christmas shopping before even Halloween. You're like, well, there's no lines at the stores.
No, I do online shopping because
Yeah.
screw going outside. Who needs that?
So that's a little younger. That's good.
Oh dear. What is wrong?
Do you go on walks to look at the Christmas lights?
There's no Christmas lights out yet.
They don't do Christmas lights out there?
Not yet. Our
just-
Christmas lights. We didn't get Christmas lights yet last year because the town ran out of money.
What?
Every year we have Christmas lights, and then the town was like, "I'm sorry, we spent all the money. We don't have anything."
Oh, you see, that's different because, like in America, it's like we're not under our your guys' socialist ways, so we have to free market and buy our own Christmas lights. And I'll tell you what, I kind of wish it was just the city that did all the Christmas lights. I like Christmas lights.
I like Christmas lights too.
Yeah, I think if I had a house, I don't know if I can motivate myself to put them up, but there is a chance I could
putting
do
up Christmas stuff. Like just putting up sparkly tinsel and all that rubbish and getting glitter everywhere. That makes me so happy.
Mm-hmm.
I love getting glitter everywhere. That's like my part-time job.
I had a little Christmas tree once. It was kind of fun. Maybe I should do that again. Maybe me and Tim should go get a Christmas tree this year.
Yeah, dude. We should do a Christmas episode.
We should. And then should have a Christmas tree in the background. Is there any Christmas songs we can play that are like not, that won't get the podcast like shut off?
We'll have to come up with arty versions of them.
We'll have to make our own Christmas songs for the podcast.
Okay, maybe that should be a challenge. Between
Okay.
now and Christmas, everyone has to come up with art versions of Christmas songs.
Our own versions of Christmas songs. I think we could do this. All right, I like this challenge. And then we have to record them and play them during the podcast.
Yeah,
And everyone in the chat can get in on this. And the whole podcast will just be playing our own Christmas songs.
it would be amazing.
That would be pretty awesome.
I'm so ready. Dude, I want to color already. What's going on?
How did you get so far so fast? I'm already making my usual mistake of focusing on the face too early.
I think the thing is, I haven't drawn anything at all today. So I've been too busy running around like a nutter. So I think my brain's just like, here's all of the energies. Everything you would normally use up by now. Here, have it all.
I want everyone in the chat to start saying what Christmas songs they're going to do their own remixes of. And then we can post them in the Artist Lounge. We can play them on the podcast and then post them in the Artist Lounge.
Oh, by the way, we got quite a few suggestions for podcast themes.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone has any more, so basically last week we were looking for ideas for themes for the podcast. Like last week we had a plein air podcast, and we've had ideas like self-portraits, only using one medium like charcoal or something like that. Drawing on location has been requested a few times. So for example, me being out somewhere in London and you being out somewhere in California.
And then doing it from my phone or something?
Yeah, something like that. It would be so logistically hard to do, but that's been a request, so I don't know if that's physically possible.
I do have unlimited data, but we would be going through a cell phone connection, so it would be a little rough, but might be possible.
But we've had loads of ideas. So if anyone wants to add any more, then write them down either in the comments of this video, not the chat. Write them in the comments, because the comments are the only things that get like recorded after the show. The chat disappears. And then other than that, there's also the thread dedicated to it on the Artist Lounge subreddit. So yeah, one idea that has kind of like combined with a few different people is to do an Inktober inspired monsters for Halloween. What do you think?
We all draw monsters?
Yeah, using pen and ink to celebrate the end of it, like Inktober.
Oh, that'd be fun. I don't have much experience with pen and ink though, so I don't know. Just kidding. I'm down.
Yeah, I think that'd be really good.
What monster would I draw? Would I have to make up a monster? I've never drawn a monster.
You've never drawn a monster?
What if the monster is me? I don't know. Maybe he's a kid or something. You've seen my art, right? I try not to use imagination when I make art. You know how I work.
Drawloween, yes, that.
Drawloween?
Yeah, that was like the drawing monsters and Halloween characters all through October as part of Inktober. Art made only with food products.
Made with food products? I remember in school we had a project. It was the one I just didn't do. I just didn't do it. I'm like, I'll take the F on this assignment. Where he wanted us to, it was a 3D sculpture class, and we had to make the sculpture out of bread.
Oh, dude.
And we had make our own bread and everything, and you know how I am in the kitchen. And so I was trying all these different options, and I tried to go to the store and just buy raw sourdough, and it was, I could not make anything because I would spread it out and it would just go back to its shape, and then I didn't know how to make breads to build stuff with, and I got so frustrated. I was like, you know what? I'm just not going to do this assignment. And I just didn't. I just went and it's I don't have one. Give me an F on this one. I don't care. I can still pass the class without this one, and no one cares about a GPA in art school. That was the big secret. Nobody tells you that about art school. Your GPA doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter if you're trying to keep a scholarship.
Yeah, but I didn't have a scholarship, so joke's on them. They're like, you don't get a scholarship. And I was like, sweet. I can get whatever GPA I want. Because I've never seen a gallery requested GPA before.
Good point.
Do GPAs matter in for college in the job world? I don't know in other fields. If you're in law school,
we don't even have them in the UK. We don't have GPA.
Yeah,
we just have the grades. Well done, you got this on your exam. Well done. We do have UCAS points, but that's for getting into university.
it seems like even in like a high school standpoint, like it kind of mattered, but it's still more just like, oh, you can read books. Who cares? You know, we're trying to protect a brand here. You got to do something interesting. We're talking about college level now. GPAs. I wish I didn't try as hard and didn't focus on grades as much as I did, because I think I ended up wasting a lot of focus on that. I should have spent more time being creative, but whatever.
That is bad advice to follow.
Well, because it's like, you know, I mean, what's the school going to take? Like the 4.0 student, or like the student that, like, if you're let's say you're going to like art school, right? They're going to want the kid with like the good grades, or they're going to want a kid who like got his art out there and like maybe started a gallery with some friends or did stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
I know who I would pick if I was in art school. I'd be like...
At the same time, there's also something that I wholeheartedly believe in after doing really badly on my A-levels for what I actually wanted, is don't pay attention to the grade that you're aiming for, pay attention to the knowledge that you're learning.
Oh yeah, that's good advice. That's much better than my advice.
So in school, I was paying attention to, I want to get this particular grade for most of the time. But the classes that I think back on that I learned a lot on now are the ones where during it I was really enjoying the class and I was working hard, not because I wanted to get a grade, but because I wanted to learn the knowledge that was interested in there and that it would help me in future life, those kinds of things. Like my history course, for example, I absolutely adored it, and most of the techniques that I learned in my history class I use pretty much every day. So I think that's important, but at the same time, like, I think it's really important to try, at least to work hard and try and get those good grades, because it opens doors for you.
Well, I think the experience of just applying yourself will. I think if you focus more just on doing a good job on the project, not necessarily like the right way to do it, just like, I don't know. There was a different type of focus, and I didn't really realize that until I was pretty much done with school. That it wasn't so much as just kind of like, oh, you got to get good grades in that. It's like, no, you got to like start kind of finding your path. Like, I am not drawing this face right.
David says, this is really helping my motivation to do my work, guys.
Oh, what, for school?
Yeah.
Don't even worry about it. You'll be fine.
To be fair, he's doing a physics course.
Well, you got to do better.
Work hard at that.
If you're in an art program, that's much different than physics. Like, physics is based on, you know, measured research, you know, and testing and, you know, and trying to prove a scientific fact. Whereas, you know, art is just kind of like, you know, you just have to lie about why what you're doing is important. You know, in physics, you have to prove it. Art, you have to pretend like you know how to prove it. So
I don't even know how there's a GPA in art. Because if I think back to the stuff that we did in art, it was literally like, it was so subjective. Like, whether the teacher liked it or not was up to personal, whether they liked it or not, right? So they could just be like, I like this or I dislike this. There wasn't like, it didn't seem like you were aiming for things. So, for example, if I take IT, for example, you have a checklist of things that you need to be ticking off. I can prove that I can do this in an Excel document, for example. Yeah. That would be one of the things that you would essentially tick off. Or an English essay, you would be proving that you can do all of these specific things with grammar and punctuation, as well as proving that you can compare different texts. Art, I don't know what it's like in America, but art was never like that for me.
Well, I think in the early stages, you had to prove that you could do fundamentals, that you could measure your perspective properly, that maybe
See, we didn't even have that.
Oh, see, they put you straight to the concept. They have too much of that in the UK in general. Way too conceptual with your art out there.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm
way too conceptual.
I didn't find out what the fundamentals of art were until I was outside of school.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? I was an A star in art and I would spend most of my lunchtimes in the art department. How do I not know what the fundamentals of art were? And it's because that wasn't what they cared about.
No, they wanted to. They were known for the conceptual stuff going on because that's what put them on the map. Why is my phone going crazy? What if it's an emergency?
Dun dun dun.
No, it's not. I can wait. Someone was just excited. Oh, now my headphones are wrapped around my chair. I screwed up the face. She looks like David Bowie. Oh my God.
Dude, your phone.
Jesus. Man.
Okay, let's get some of this colour in. David says that the person on your phone is your imagination asking to come home.
Oh
Never.
God. That's just what I need is like a phone that just rings inside my mind. Someone answer that!
That sounds like a song.
Yeah, it really
The
does.
phone that rings inside my mind.
That's the name of my movie.
Yeah.
The phone that rings inside my mind. It's a long title. And then what was the other text? One day people will understand or something. I don't remember.
Something like that.
It's like some weird shadowed threat that I probably made. GPAs only matter if you're trying to get into grad school, then never again. Oh yeah, grad school.
What's grad school?
I forgot about grad school. I guess that is where GPAs, the only time you'd ever need to know what your GPA was. Because I have no idea what mine was. I don't remember that at all. That was so long ago. The phone inside my mind.
Is my chestnut moving? What?
Your chat's not moving?
That's fine, I fixed it. Fixed it. Do.
Oh my lord.
Refresh all the things.
I'm trying to decide how I want to draw
them.
Trying to decide how I want to draw the flowers. Probably, like part of me was thinking of filling it all in and then coming in with like gel pen and like acrylic or something. But I know that never quite works as well as I want it to. But I hate to just have to draw around all those spots. That'd be tedious as hell. But it always looks better. Damn.
I just realized that my computer's on 8% battery.
Do you have a power plug?
It's plugged in at the moment. It's been plugged in this whole time.
But it's draining still?
But it's, yeah, I don't know what it's doing.
So is the podcast going to suddenly end?
I hope not.
That would suck. This is your Mac that gives you the guff, right?
It's all right. It does its thing.
Does it, though?
Sometimes, when it's not killing itself.
Just works my ass. Wait, that sounds weird as one sentence. That's not how that slang's supposed to go. That's not how that works. Whatever.
Right, come on, bro.
Mac, it just works my ass. That's their slogan.
Sounds ridiculous.
They better give me some kickbacks for coming up with that slogan.
I don't think so.
Tim Cook's going to go out there on stage. Give his thing.
It's because Sarah is the technological kryptonite. Thanks.
Technology does seem to break down a lot when it's near you.
It's true.
Yeah.
I walked into my wardrobe 5 times today.
Wait, you just walk. Hold on a second. In other words, is that like a piece of furniture, or are you referring to like a closet?
What's the difference? It's a piece of furniture that you put clothes in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you. I was thinking like, out here we have like dressers that we like fold clothes in, and then we have like just the closet where you open the door and it's like, kind of like the room kind of thing.
It's
Not
one
so
of
much.
those, but it's actually a contained door thing, and
Oh
they
yeah.
hang up in it, right?
All right. That sounds like a heavy piece of furniture. That'd be a pain in the ass to move.
It is. Although we have a thing here called IKEA, which is also everywhere else in the world.
Yeah, we got
And so
IKEA here.
everything flat packs, which is great.
Oh yes. IKEA is also good for buying really cheap frames at the last minute for an art show.
It is. It is good at that.
Mhm. Except they're all in like your guys' dimension. So if you buy it in America, you have to get like these weird shaped mats, and then it never fits your art right. Because we aren't on the metric system. So we just have to manage suffering as our IKEA rooted artists in the United States. I think I can make this drawing work. It's hard. I feel like I'm not making decisions when I'm drawing it, though. That's kind of the problem. I feel like when I'm messing up a drawing, I feel like what's happening is I'm not like making decisions. Like I'm kind of just scribbling in things, but I'm not like, this is where this goes. This is where this goes. So there's nothing to measure. And then I keep just scribbling, and then I don't actually like lay in the forms and the shapes like I'm supposed to be.
And you get that when you're drawing.
Well, it can happen painting too. Just the typical, like, a while back, I don't know if I was talking about it on the podcast or where I mentioned it, but it was that realizing that like most mistakes I make when I'm drawing something or in art are just some form of me being lazy. Like me just being too lazy to take the time to do something properly, and then I rush through it, and then it doesn't look right. Like I believe in the last week when I had to scribble out that painting or whatever, or whenever that was, is I just remember at one point I was just saying that I'm just painting, I'm just making brush strokes, but they're not actually making anything. And I think that I was just lazy, just being tired and lazy, and of course art's not going to happen when you do that. So that's kind of always the battle, is like make sure you're actually still focused and paying attention. At least for me, I don't know. Do you ever get that?
Sort of. If I cut corners, things will go wrong. But at the same time, if I shut my brain off, then I kind of go into the zone and do way better work. So it's like a weird catch-22. I have to focus at the beginning and then shut my brain off for the rest of it. I think that's what I have to do. So when I'm working on, God, I need to get bloody book 3 done. When I'm working on the Chronicles of Gaizra,
yeah,
I focus a lot in the pencil stage when I'm planning what the characters are going to look like, what they're going to be doing, blah, blah, blah. And then once I'm at the point where all of that's done and I'm inking it, my brain just shuts down. Because if I focus during that, like if you watch, I've got a video of one episode from very start to very end of one of the pages. There's a point in that video where I can remember getting bored as hell. Where like I'm working on this bit where I've just got to put loads of dots and hatching and stuff in, and it's like, no, I'm done.
I don't feel like doing. Oh God, why did I make it a brick wall? Oh.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what? You know what? The biggest thing that I ask myself every time I work on those books is, why did I set this series in a forest?
Oh, God. It should have taken place on the open plains.
Yeah, exactly. It should have taken place in a snowy, flat field.
with no growth or life.
Exactly.
My comic takes place in Fargo, North Dakota.
It would have made life so much easier. But no, I'd set it in a crystal forest, so everything's like squiggly and sparkly.
Yeah, you could not have made that more difficult, especially with pen and ink.
It's so annoying. It would probably be easier to paint it.
I think the only way you could have made it more complicated is if you made it the forest was like made out of water trees.
Yeah.
It's water trees in a brick ground with plants growing out of it.
I mean, crystal's bad enough. I've got to make stuff see-through, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's some things when you write it down and then you have an image in your head and then you have to remember, oh shit, I have to draw that.
I have to actually make that thing. God damn it.
Crap. It all backfired.
Thankfully, book 3 is set mostly not in the forest.
In a desert salt flat.
No, it's mostly set in a city.
Oh god, that's
Which
even
is
worse.
kind
You have
of,
to draw
like, not better.
architecture. Yeah, that's not better at all. Architecture is like the most tedious thing ever to draw. There's a reason architecture students are always so tired. Jen's joined us from Thailand.
Oh, hello.
What? She's out there getting her mind blown by the beauty of Thailand. Hopefully things are going well and they're settling in well.
Yeah, how's it going, Jen?
This is everyone joining on the fun. We got Who Died back. We got Jen from Thailand. It's like a big happy reunion.
Yeah, but the mom man's not here yet.
Yeah, no, that's weird. What did they do to the Mun Man? What did Jen and Who Died do to the Mun Man? Maybe them combined makes one Mun Man. And now that they're here, he can't be here in his physical form.
That's what David said earlier. David said that because he was here, he'd replaced the Mun Man's spot.
That could be it.
I'm kind of playing around with how I paint this today. Because it's got so much detail in it, I'm trying to really break it down so that I'm only working on the like absolute basic forms, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. These plants are going to be a doozy. I'm not really sure how I want to approach these without them taking my entire life to draw. Like, I know what I can do just with like the Jelly Roll pen, but then there's other things that I know I can't do for that.
Jelly Roll pen's amazing.
Yeah, they're fun. I like how cheap drawing materials are. It's so refreshing.
Yeah.
Anytime I have to like buy painting stuff, I'm always leaving the art store super depressed.
Dear. Yeah, drawing materials aren't too bad. I think Copics and Pro Markers can get a little expensive.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I
forgot about those.
I think I've got over 300. I've definitely got over £200 worth. I might have £300 worth of Pro Markers.
Yeah, I haven't used the Pro Markers. I've only used Copics and Prismacolor.
I think if you really like Copics, you won't like Pro Markers, and vice versa.
Really? What's the difference?
Copics have like a brush tip,
mm-hmm.
And they kind of make watercolory type images.
Yeah.
They're very mixable. Pro Markers look very printed. They look like they've got a very flat laser print done to them. And they have only a chisel and a thin tip, so like a pointed tip, so don't have any bend in them. There are other flex markers that have a bend to them, but I think if you're going to go with that, you might as well get Copics. So yeah, if you really like Pro Markers, you probably won't like Copics and vice versa, because they're so different to each other. Like, I hate using Copics because I love Pro Markers.
Well, now I'm just curious. I like Copics all right. I haven't used the markers in a while.
I think it's worth trying both of them out to see what you think of them.
Never hurts, unless I accidentally stab myself with a marker. Who Died already finished the piece.
What?
What?
What are you doing?
I gotta save it. This is ridiculous. That's way too fast. Hold on a second. Oh my god, how?
Are you gonna share it?
Yep.
Okay, I'll make it stay on your face. Oh
Seriously,
my
how?
God.
How did you get that done so? You really did take the Munman's his spirit and form. Finished super fast.
I really love those colors.
Yeah, that's great. I really like that kind of there's like a brush that gives like kind of like a dry material effect that Hudai done really well with. Even in a piece that I don't think it was the last one, but the one before, she used it as well. And had
Yeah.
mixed feelings of the results, which I think is crazy because I think it looked really good.
Yeah, I really like this
Just
one.
absolutely nailed her face.
Yeah. I love it.
I gotta spend more time on the face than mine. All right, I gotta get it right. So one thing that's like really hard when I'm doing like where the full figure is in the pose, because like I'm drawing on something that's so small, like like most of her facial features like are practically all fitting under my thumb,
Yeah.
So it's like I can't. So any little mistake I make.
Try and decide if I actually want to do a completely different shadow color. Probably do. I've been inspired by Who Died. I want to play with some colors. See what happens.
Make chin a little smaller. Maybe.
I just realised that I messed that up. Okay.
That help at all? I don't think so.
Let's get our face shape back.
That, right. Make the eyes too big. Oh, I hate drawing faces small. What a nightmare.
What's the time? It's almost 3 o'clock. I might cut just to the face.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Forgot that there was a lot of pattern on her clothes, too. Oh, man, this is going to be a doozy.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that there's so much to do. I don't know. Press the wrong button. Looking on the wrong layers. Yes, if you're working on a different piece, you are very welcome to post it to the Artisan thread, and we will still show it on the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Any artwork you create during the show, we will show. And also, if there's anything that you really want to show off, let us know, and we'll see if it's something we want to show.
That's right, because we've also shown art that is not done during the podcast.
Yeah, if you've got a little interesting story you want to tell.
Mm-hmm. Just remember to anybody who's new that's showing art that you post it in the Artist Lounge thread, not in the YouTube chat, because links will not pop up in the YouTube chat.
Yep, so go to reddit.com/r/artist lounge, and there's a thread with basically the same name as today's podcast.
This is your own fault, Mike. This is what you get for thinking about but not committing to doing the surroundings. Touche. I suppose I did this to myself. Whatever, I'll get through it. When do you start on book 3?
I should have started on it ages ago.
Oh.
I've done some bits from it. But yeah, I need to like full on go into it, but I'm so stressed right now, I can't. It's the thing with that series is that it's so important to me that I like to spend my time on it. To make sure that it comes out really well. And the thing is, like, there were parts on the previous book where I worked on it when I was highly stressed and I didn't have a lot of time and I was just doing it because I had to get the pages out. And immediately after, like a few weeks after, once I was feeling better, I then looked at those pages and they looked awful. I was like, this entire chapter is awful. I actually deleted, like, I threw away an entire chapter. And completely redid it before the release of the book. So I've now learned that it's actually worth my time with me taking my time on it, because I've got no one else to back me up and check things. I haven't got anyone who can be like, who can say, okay, you should edit this out. Like, I don't have an editor. It's all on me. Like at the end of the books, like once it's all ready to go, I'll send it around different groups of people, and they'll all check there's no spelling errors and that there's no continuity errors, stuff like that. But when it's mid like creation, I have to be the one who manages the whole thing. So that puts extra pressure on me. And that means that if I want to make my best work, then I need to be working on it in a good state of mind. So at the moment, what I'm trying to do is get all of my commissions completed and sent off, and then I can go full crazy into it.
I'll just add a lot of extra stress and pressure about it and constantly remind you.
Thank you. You're so nice.
I'm always keeping an eye out.
Maestro Chi just posted a piece.
Alrighty, I'll have a look in just a second once I fix this thing I ruined. This was a different RGD they were working on earlier. Oh, there we go. Just a minute. It was the RGD of the woman in the Canyonlands with the landscape behind her. Utah, one of the many famous national parks in Utah that I never visited while living there for like 13 years. Whoops. You say you're a landscape painter, huh, Mike? I intentionally, though, didn't do any landscape paintings of southern Utah because, I don't know, I was already covered. Let's see here. is a beautiful landscape and a beautiful painting. Capture the spirit.
Oh, that's really good.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest thing that I was noticing when I was looking at it was that it's a really cool photograph, but I didn't feel like I could give it justice. I was thinking anything that I create wouldn't match how she feels in that picture, if that makes sense. But I really like this.
Yeah, they got the intensity of the clouds in there nice for it as well.
The sky is so good, just stretching out.
As the land getting cooler as it recedes, that effect of your favorite term, atmospheric dissonance.
I love atmospheric dissonance. It's amazing. Science. There's science going on there to make that happen. Oh, Demon back. Just got back from salmon fishing in Pulaski, New York. Wow, I'm tired. Looks good, Mike, but stuck on your screen. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm doing it deliberately.
Mm-hmm. Pulaski salmon fishing. It's just how Demon Man rolls.
How's Kung Fu going? What?
You were talking to Jen? Doing the Thai boxing or the Muay Thai or
yeah, maybe.
Or out there with the hubby.
I'm avoiding my lines like a boss.
Taking shortcuts. I have no idea how I'm going to draw all these little leaves and everything by her elbow.
What? Oh, dude.
That is going to take forever.
Scribbles. Scribbles are your friends.
You know my scribbles won't look right. You know how I feel about my scribbles.
Dude, scribbles are like my best friend when I've been working on the book. Seriously.
Scribbles are my enemy. They do not like me. Me and Scribbles don't get along. Scribbles is the name of my cat. We were talking about cat names earlier. I'm going to name my cat Scribbles.
Scribbles is a good name for a cat.
Yeah. Since I imagine me and my cat would be fighting all the time. I'd want a chill cat, but Scribbles would totally be a spaz.
I'm going to name a cat Scribbles. And send it to you. Be like, here, happy birthday.
Everyone in the chat, even if you already have cats, what would you name your next cat or your first cat?
Little Skittles.
Little Skittles?
Yeah.
Little Skittles?
Yeah.
That's like a rapper name, but for like a little kid. Little Skittles.
It's a Blood Bowl player.
It's a what?
Don't worry, it would take way too long to explain. Blood Bowl is basically World of Warcraft American football. It's American football with World of Warcraft characters.
Oh my lord.
And there's currently a tournament going on with the Polaris crew, which is like a big group of gaming YouTubers. And one of them who, I think he won their tournament last year on Blood Bowl, or he came very close to it. He had a character. He named one of his characters Little Skittles, and it's a little like skink thing. One of them ones that makes a like rah, rah, rah noise. Yeah.
Did he get kickbacks from Skittles?
No, but he did like boss everyone. It became like a mega meme, and then he had T-shirts that had Little Skittles' name on them.
Oh my lord. I don't know that game. The name sounds a little familiar, but it's not ringing any bells for me.
They just brought out a new one, Blood Bowl 2. It's like World of Warcraft, Warhammer type game as well. You can get it on like a board, like a physical board with all the little characters and paint them.
Oh, is it made by the Warhammer or the Warcraft company?
Warcraft. It's by Blizzard.
So it's Blizzard.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, I remember Warhammer. I had some Warhammer 40K stuff,
Yeah.
and apparently it was worth money. And I gave it to a friend to sell to some friends, and then I never saw it again because it was like first edition Warhammer 40K figurines.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't know those things had become pretty rare, and I had like an entire Space Wolves army. And I never really played the game. I just like painting the figurines.
Yeah, I did the same. I had Lord of the Rings, and then I just sit there and paint them. I never played the game.
The little pewter figures.
Yeah, they're cute.
Good old pewter. I miss the smell of Zip Kicker. If anyone knows what Zip Kicker is, that stuff was probably toxic as all hell, but worth it.
Foxtrot Oscar's giving up on this one.
Whoa. What happened, Foxtrot Oscar?
He said, yours looks great, Who Died? I'm giving up on this one. Been procrastinating over it for 90 minutes now and getting nowhere. Might just go and do another one.
Mm.
Also, David says Blood Bowl's a stupid game.
No.
Maestro-Chi says, thank you, Mike. That Bob Ross video really helped.
Really? Nice. They mentioned using wet on wet to paint trees and whatnot. And I was using that as an example of how you kind of have to lay the paint on thick to get a lighter paint to really show up when you paint the light on dark, but doing wet on wet with oil. And what I would usually do is I didn't, usually I was spending a really long time on landscapes. And so I would use this good old trusty liquid and then just paint thin. And usually the liquid can start getting kind of a skin on it after not too long. Well, I mean, for oil paint, so some odd number of hours, and then you can paint on top of that. But that's the hard thing. It's hard to do highlights with oil paint if you're doing wet on wet because it just blends right into the darker paint under it and you lose it really fast. So you have to keep the paint kind of thick and heavy and put a lot on. And then if you make a mistake, you're screwed. You got to take it all off. Glad that video helped though. Good old. They used to have all of it's so funny because it's just Bob Ross. It's like it's not like his paintings are. I mean, it's just what it is. We love Bob Ross. He's the chill dude with the afro making paintings, and he just does his thing. And they used to have all of his videos on archive.org, like the entire series, but it looks like it got pulled, and that was a huge bummer because I was really enjoying that, watching some of that before going to sleep because he's so relaxing.
Yeah.
He calms down all the laughing skulls and spinning clocks and vortexes in my brain when I try to go to bed.
I used to watch his videos when I was doing my A-level art exams. Trying to see if I could see any really quick tips for doing stuff quicker.
I mean, he's got some techniques that are kind of fun. I Bob Ross that last painting we did, the landscape one in the end there, just to speed it along. Didn't really like the effect I did. I didn't do very good with that, but it ended up okay. It was passable.
I liked it.
It was passable. It wasn't. But I don't know what. I don't expect much. Landscapes can take a long time, so I don't doing a landscape in one sitting. I have pretty low expectations.
Yeah.
Because landscapes are pretty much just all details, just tons and tons of details. And you can do it looser, but I just tend to find that when I work really loosely on landscapes, I don't like the results. Like I don't really like impressionism very much. And I don't like that kind of loose impressionisty look when you work really fast on landscape.
Mm-hmm.
So I like to trudge through it. All those countless hours painting each little leaf or blade of grass. Spend all that time thinking about your life, decisions. Get way too deep in your head. Then you realize the desert you were painting was in your mind all along.
No. I tend to, if I'm working on something like that, usually landscapes is the one that gets you into that brain mode.
Yeah.
I just stick like YouTube or Netflix on and then just sit there and watch it while I'm working. Because you're just going to be sitting there doing like tiny little repetitive details. You don't need to think.
If stuff gets too repetitive, I actually, music's actually a little bad for me. So I tend to, put on like Netflix or something. And I've been going through The Simpsons lately, hitting up the classic episodes. Yeah, going back. I got a bunch of them I got a bunch of seasons on DVD, like seasons like 3-ish through 11 or something. So I've just been going through those.
Nice.
Man, that show was so golden in some of those episodes. Oh my God. So ahead of its time. Back in the day, there was just a lot of things that show was doing that like you just didn't see that kind of sense of humor on television. Like it was just so new. I remember it'd be like that show you'd watch with friends and then you would like meet in school the next day and just talk about the funny jokes and be like, oh man, when they did this. Like I remember when Jackass came out on MTV, I was in high school, which if you're in high school and Jackass came out, that was like the show for a high schooler to see.
Yeah.
Because all it was hilarious bad ideas. And it's just like, oh God.
Yes, my boyfriend has told me of many bad decisions that show caused him to do.
Everyone gets a little like, you could not help but get a little curious to like, no, I've never pushed my friend into the bushes in a shopping cart before. It had the right idea. It knew that it's like all the times that you've done something stupid or hurt yourself and you're like, God, I kind of wish I had that on video. They're just like, you know what? Let's just do it for video because it looks funny. They knew what was up. I think it makes sense how one of the movie premieres was in the New York MoMA. Because it's, it is kind of like a strange, almost performance art level of thing to a certain degree.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
Oh, you just can't. You just can't help it.
I'm thinking of some art that I've seen. I'm like, yeah, you know what? Never mind.
Yeah, it's just that it's at a certain point, like you just can't help but kind of, like if something's on, like if you turn on the TV and a dude's like strapping himself to a cartoonish Looney Tunes rocket on a lake, and you're just like, I'm so waiting to see what happens. Like I have to know where this is going. They knew. They knew exactly what people wanted. It's weird to think how long ago that was.
Yeah.
That being said, that was also around pretty much MTV was already pretty well downhill by that point anyways. Let's just dive in with some ink. Who gives a damn?
Brush density.
Jen, I still have YouTube, thank God. You gotta get your fix of cat videos and people accidentally being upside down. I realized that was the goal of, like, that's what made those things funny, is just any moment where someone is accidentally upside down is kind of hilarious. Because it takes a certain set of life circumstances to just be upside down.
I like
years of evolution. Well, yeah, just years of evolution, just right down the toilet, This is not the way the human is supposed to be. And sure enough, that man is upside down.
Being upside down's fun.
Yeah, that's why you play on like the bars as a kid. Did you like swing around on the bars?
No, I liked swings though. Swings were the best.
Did you ever like do flips off them or anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun.
I think I hit my face a few times.
Yeah, that always happens. Oh, I didn't hit my face, but I always remember the kid on the swing. I remember the kid on the swing next to me going face first into the gravel, then getting up, he's just like covered in blood. Like at first I'm like, oh, and then he gets up and there's blood all over his face. And I was like, oh, Jesus. Like, his bail was way worse than I thought.
God.
Never saw him on the swings again. Probably for the best. Guess who just messaged me?
Is it Ken?
Yep.
Yeah.
Send him our super top secret link.
Secret links of doom.
Gonna join in on the party.
Trying to get these colors right. Doing something different today. I'm trying to focus on using forms instead of painting in between lines and stuff. Something I've been trying to practice lately.
There is something about my drawing that bothers me so much that I don't want to move forward on it with ink until I resolve it. I hate drawing faces this small. Every little thing shows up and looks so weird. You can be off by a mil. Like, look at the ruler. Look at this. It's like the whole face is, let's see here, 1.5 inches. I have 1.5 inches by 1 inch to make sure that her face looks right. Oh, I should have drawn this larger. I even busted out the big paper.
Hey.
Hey!
Look, we all good here?
How's it going? Did I miss too much?
You missed the entire thing. It was crazy. Just kidding.
Oh, I guess we're done here. I'm gonna take off.
Yeah.
How's it going?
It's going well. How's it going with you?
Pretty good. Just got home and got my setup. I don't even know what's being drawn tonight.
Oh, you gotta look it up. We are drawing Psychedelic Velocity. She is she's a girl in a red hat kneeling in some flowers.
Indeed.
How was work?
It was good.
Nice.
Busy usual.
I would think so. We were promised everyone you have to divulge all of your industry secrets, including whoever's your boss. You have to say what their cell phone number is, and then you have to divulge all of your whatever secret contracts or any projects that are unannounced. You have to divulge here. That's just the rules.
Okay, so I guess it was my last day working.
That's the thing. Anyone who comes on the podcast has to lose their job.
Yeah. I don't remember this being part of the deal.
Yeah, that's why I don't tell people until they're on.
That's
They're
pretty
like, no, it's comfortable, it's fine. Oh, man. Do you want me to send you a link to the RGD picture we're drawing?
Oh, no, I got it.
Oh, you got it? Cool. What are you going to be, you going to be rocking digital or?
Yeah, digital for me.
Sweet. Sweet, man. I thought a great way that we could kind of like go into things is we're just gonna walk through your entire life history in the time we have left in the podcast.
All right, let's do it.
Imagine we start as a kid, right? You're probably making paper airplanes. You got a little pinwheel hat on, right? You got the hat with the little thing. You have a big lollipop, I imagine.
That's exactly me.
That's what kids look like.
I never had the spinny hat, but I did get in trouble for throwing a lot of paper airplanes out the window, and they ended up landing in my neighbor's yard.
I called it.
So,
pillow forts? Were there pillow forts and couch forts?
There were pillow forts. Pillow forts were amazing.
Of course, it's mandatory. Sarah, did you make pillow forts and couch forts?
Of course.
Good. That's great. Oh my lord. All right. Was art? When did you start making art? Was it always with you?
No. Well, sort of. So, growing up, I always liked drawing, but I never thought it could be like a career or anything like that. I had the kind of parents who told me to get a real job.
They're looking out for you. They're trying to look out for you.
And I get it.
Yeah.
And so I always drew as a hobby, and it was kind of something I did to pass the time whenever I was bored, or just that kind of stuff. And I ended up working at an internet startup in San Francisco, and the guy working there at the time, he had just left animation. He was working in games, and he was like, "Oh, like I like your sketches, that kind of stuff." And he was like, "I could show you some tricks," and he pretty much led me into digital, like just as a medium for making art.
How old were you at this time?
I had just graduated high school, I think.
Oh wow! So you
So
were
it's pretty far, yeah.
wow. Okay.
Like any drawing I did before that was just kind of, ooh, I kind of like this, so I'm gonna draw it and keep it to myself, kind of thing.
How'd you was this just a friend that was like that you just met, or was this how'd you
Yeah,
meet the
he
person
was.
that
He was a coworker of mine at this startup, and I was
Mm.
just a tech at the time. I was
Yeah.
building computers for this internet company,
Mm-hmm.
and just maintaining all that stuff.
Yeah.
And he taught me a little bit of Photoshop. He showed me some work he did for comics, for Epic Games, and he was like, if you like this stuff, you should go to school for it. And I was
Yeah.
like, and at the time, I took a little bit of time off of after high school to work, and I was undecided on what I wanted to do for college.
Yeah.
There was a whole lot of pressure to get into biotech and that kind of stuff because
Yeah.
that's what I was doing in high school, and I felt kind of burnt out.
Mhm.
So I took some drawing classes at a community college, and then I kind of liked it, so I transferred down to Southern California to go to Cal State Fullerton and signed up for an animation program there. I went in completely blind. I had no idea what I was expecting. Did that for about 2-ish years, maybe. Got an internship at Nickelodeon, and that lasted for about a couple months. And when I went back to school, I was like, oh, what do I do? It's because it was such a weird experience. Like, I was in the studio already, so now to come back to school as a student, I was like, oh, okay, now I got to.
Did it feel almost like a backstep at that point? Like
yeah, it sort of did, because I already felt like my life was at the studio. I don't know how to explain it. It's like you spend so much time there that going back to school felt really strange.
Yeah. Now going back to school felt like the weird secondary thing, and you're just like fulfilling an obligation almost that.
Yeah. So anyways, I went back to school. I was picking out my classes, and it was a state college. Every class was filled, so I'm sitting in, like, hoping somebody would drop out so I could get a class. And I get this phone call from the production manager. I interned on Kung Fu Panda, and the production manager from Kung Fu Panda called me, and she was like, hey, would you be interested in coming to work for us? I know you're still in school. And I was like, yes, like, I can't get the classes I want, It was.
I picture you, like, she's saying that, and then you turning into, like, a little thing of dust in the shape of your body, and the phone's still spinning in the air,
It was. I walked out of the classroom because I recognized the phone number.
Oh, wow.
And I took that call, and I think they were taking a class or something like that just to see who was on standby, and I was just like, I'm out, peace. We're done.
How did you first get the internship at that point? Like, how did you first get that, like, land the internship? Was it through the friend at the startup, or?
Oh, no. At the startup, he just kind of taught me some Photoshop basics, and I decided to just go to school for art. Like, maybe this could become a career.
Yeah.
But the internship actually came from the school.
Okay.
Well, sort of ish. There was a class you can take where you can get credit for being a part of an internship, and luckily for me at the time, Nickelodeon and Cal State Fullerton had a pretty good relationship. And I applied twice, actually. My first application got rejected. My second one got through to the phone interview. They liked me, called me in for an in-person interview, and they're like, all right, let's have you on board for Kung Fu Panda. did the intern thing, and they gave me a call and asked me if I wanted to start as a PA, which is the lowest of the totem pole there.
What's
And
the
I was
PA's
like,
responsibility?
So I think the casual term for it is a production assistant. I think officially it's called like production associate. But essentially, you're there helping out with day-to-day scheduling, communicating with like overseas studios, making sure the artists are handing in their work and staying on schedule, and like all the files are prepped for them.
So there's a lot of administrative stuff like around the company stuff. Okay.
The nice part is, if you are a PA, you have the opportunity to see all aspects of the pipeline.
Okay.
So you're there from a story pitch all the way to like a finished episode, which is kind of nice. Then you get to interact with everybody along the way, from the executive producer to the board artist to like everybody.
Do you find that the departments communicate a lot, or are they very segregated and you have to be in one of those positions to be able to talk to all the different groups?
It's weird just how it's set up. They do communicate, but probably not as much as you want, just because everybody's so busy. I've only worked in TV animation. I hear it's a little bit different in games and feature, but the way TV works is it's very assembly line, because you need to pump out a lot of content really quickly, because there's like 20 episodes a season, and they're all 22 minutes. So you have very specialized positions. So for me, I'm a color stylist at Disney, which means before me, there's someone who's designing props and characters, who's literally just drawing that. And on some shows, there's somebody else cleaning up those drawings, and then those drawings get sent to me to get colored and maybe some lighting, some shadows, and then that gets moved on, sent to overseas, where they use it as a guide to complete the rest of the episode fully animated. So we maybe see our own assets for 2 weeks at a time per episode, and we're just on to the next thing. So it goes by like just really quickly. So that's, I think, to answer your question about departments communicating, that's where production comes in. They mostly do the communicating between departments for us. As an artist, you're just kind of at your desk, just pumping out work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you find that the stuff that you work on you see in the episode, or is it more, is it changed so much by the time it's on the episode that it's not like, oh, that bit is the bit that I did?
It's kind of weird. Some of the stuff makes it. Some of it changes just because after you turn it in, it'll go to the art director for notes, and usually it'll go to the show creator, and they'll give their input on how they feel about this particular thing. So I'm working on like a castle right now, and when I'm finished with it, it'll go to the art director. He'll check out the lighting, the color. If it's a major issue, he'll send it back to me with notes saying, hey, let's change these things. If it's something minor or just something really quick he wants to do, he'll like add his thing to it. And then maybe I'll go to the show creator or the executive producer, and then like he'll put in his 2 cents, and depending whether or not he likes it, it may or may not get sent back to me, to the art director, and then, or he may not touch it at all. And when it gets to the animation studio, it's just out of our hands. So when it comes back, it may or may not be the same thing that I did.
And is that pretty much when it comes back, that's the final product? Like that, if there's no, by that point, if there's no changes because it's like on that schedule, like?
Yeah. Very rarely will there be any changes. Usually it's pretty expensive to do something like that, because the company has to pay the artist making the changes, has to pay the overseas studios to
it's almost like having to pay the whole entire process over again, in other words.
Yeah. So for the most part, things are more or less what I did. There may be some variations to it, but for the most part, yeah, it is.
Awesome.
Well, so okay, all right. So you run out of class. Phone's still spinning in the air. This is getting to the Nickelodeon offices, right? Like
yeah.
I'm curious, like your initial experiences. So you've done the internship. You're
Mhm.
kind of and when you were so wait, you were interning and you weren't doing. What were you doing when you were interning? That was not the PA. That's when you started, right?
No. When I started, I was a PA. When I was
And then
interning,
intern.
yeah, intern, you're essentially helping out with whatever production needs. And legally, I'm not allowed to do any artwork as an intern.
Oh, okay.
So what I was doing was pretty much helping out, like yeah, pretty much classic intern duties. Like if somebody needed copies of something, I would make
Yeah.
copies for them,
Mhm.
pronouns, that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
Just very administrative type things.
Yeah.
For me personally, I have a little bit of computer background, so I wrote some scripts to help automate some just tedious computer tasks, and they were like, "Oh man, this guy's kind of useful. Maybe we should hire him."
Oh, nice.
So at least
Good
that's
move. Good move.
I think that's I can't say for certain, but I think that's what got me in.
Mhm. I mean, well, that's a big thing. Is like it's that big difference between them not having to kind of like babysit you and find like work for you, but you offering something that will help them is like
Yeah.
the difference, all the difference in the world, It's like
Yeah.
because it's like the thing that's really interesting that I like about when we were kind of talking about it, because we mentioned it before. We had a podcast, and I was having my usual about my 2.5 hour in podcast breakdown. It's kind of how it goes in my routine. And, but someone had mentioned it was a really interesting moment because someone had asked like what do you want to do? Like, Mike, what do you want to do with your art? And it was really weird because for so long in my life I had an idea, like I had a rough idea, and then I suddenly realized like I didn't know anymore. Like I didn't know. Like at that moment, I didn't know anymore, and it was kind of terrifying, but kind of a relief. Like realizing that, because I think a lot of time when we go into art, we are so we're either completely lost, which is hard, but not necessarily a bad place to be in, because if you're completely lost, that means any option's open. I had the other problem where I came in kind of so stubborn and sure of what I thought what art was, etc. Because I'm like, I come out of college, I'm kind of swept up in like the hipsterdom of like the early and mid 2000s. So I was just so certain, and way too confident. But now it was like realizing that the art world that even the art world that I felt was around then has changed very dramatically, and for the better, but also meaning that it's hard to know where to go anymore. So to me, what's always interesting is people's stories of how they ended up getting not necessarily where they are now, but then how they got there.
Yeah.
So I think about when you were mentioned you're doing an internship and you're doing like things that a lot of people like you knew then that you had to, like, you're doing these small tasks, but every little thing you do is still like a constructive influence on peers and managers and people around you.
Yeah.
Like you're even if it wasn't even in the beginning, if you're not making art, you're still proving your work ethic and that you're a value and an asset to the company.
Yeah.
And so I guess so you went from production assistant to
I became a
you go straight
production.
to Disney from there. What did you do something else at Nickelodeon first, or then?
I did. I stayed at Nickelodeon for a little while.
Mhm.
It's weird. Coming out of college, I actually didn't think I would make it as an artist. So that going into the Nickelodeon internship program,
Mhm.
I was kind of convinced that like I'm gonna stay in production. I'm gonna do the administrative stuff.
Yeah.
And try to make a career out of that. And I didn't feel confident, and I was surrounded by so many talented people.
Yeah.
And I also wasn't like the best student in school.
Mhm.
So
this is all sounding very familiar.
so for me, it was kind of like, I'll never make it as an artist, but I can still have a career in animation. I still love animation.
Yeah.
So that was the mentality going in. And when I got the PA job, that was kind of the mentality moving forward. I was going to like my goal is to like move up to coordinator. I was going to be a manager and then make my way up to producer and like be playing a support role in animation.
Mm-hmm.
And after meeting some artists and meeting the art director on Kung Fu Panda, and it just kind of looked out. A lot of my friends were kind of pushing like, oh hey, Ken paints too, and that kind of stuff. So the art director asked to see my work, and I think my life changed at this moment when I was a production assistant and the art director on Kung Fu Panda saw some of my stuff, and he was like, oh hey, this is pretty good. And he was like, if you want, I can, talk to you about your paintings, show you some tricks, like give you some tests, and like you can paint some things, come back, I'll give you feedback. And I was like, oh man, like, a lot of times like my friends will tell me, oh, your stuff's pretty good, but it's just your friends telling you this. But
yeah,
now I have like an art director who's been in the industry for who knows how many years, since Fairly Odd Parents season 1, like you was there in the beginning.
Oh wow.
And he's telling me like, to paint the stuff, give it back to him, and he'll give me feedback. And I still wasn't very confident, but I did it. I can't say no.
No, you gotta do it. You gotta do it. That's your like Eminem 8 Mile moment right there.
Yeah. So I did it, and he became the closest thing as a mentor figure to me, and he was telling me things I need to work on, and I was seeing him every week, and we would just chat about my stuff. And Kung Fu Panda finally ended, and when that happened, I kind of got reinvigorated, and I was like, no, I want to be an artist again. Like this is why I'm here. This is why I moved down to Southern California. That's what I went to school for. I think school may have broke my spirit a little bit, but being surrounded by all this like creative energy and the art director just giving me positive feedback, I just kind of got back into it and thinking, oh, maybe I can do this. Maybe I can keep up with all these other artists working here. So the show was on its way out. Like we didn't get renewed for a 4th season, so they were like, all right, Ken's pretty decent, but he's still pretty new. Let's let him try out actually painting for Kung Fu Panda. So they gave me an episode to do. I did a 2D sequence for one episode that probably never aired. But I did it, and it got approved. They liked it. It came back, and it looked exactly like how I did it. And I think I was painting like tattoos on a hippo. It was like this weird fight scene. It was pretty cool. But yeah, so that was my very first professional art gig. It was really short since it was for a show that was ending, and I only got to do 1 episode. But that's where I decided. Yeah, that's where I decided I was gonna be an artist. Like that's what I'm gonna work towards. Not this backup plan that I had in my head. And I mean, I still think like, okay, maybe if like I find out I'm complete crap in the end, I'll do the production thing. Like I have the experience, and not saying that's a bad career to get into. It's just I think I realized for myself, I was leaning on production because I was too scared to try the professional art route.
Yeah.
But after getting a little bit of confidence, I start to realize like this is what I want to do for a living, and that's where I'm headed towards. Yeah, so that was my experience from school to Nickelodeon and my first art gig.
You said that you studied art at school, was that right?
Yeah, I was in school for animation specifically. It's weird. I graduated thinking like, oh, I want to be, or not graduated. I left thinking, or not left. I was there thinking I'm going to graduate and I'm going to be a director. I'm going to be a storyboard artist and all this kind of stuff. And I think it was the last year of school when I took some illustration courses. I was like, nope, painting's what I want to do.
What was your experience like at schools working on animation? Do you think it's something that would you recommend it to other people, or would you rather have done something different? I don't know. What do you think?
Well, at least for me personally, school is the whole reason why I got the internship. And I know a lot of people a lot of people are very quickly to dismiss the whole school experience, and I understand. School is expensive, and a lot of times it's kind of a crapshoot with your professors. But on the flip side, I think if someone were to ask me whether or not they should go to art school, I would have to tell them to kind of like be honest with themselves, like find out what kind of person they are, because school does provide that environment where you are constantly producing work. And I'm not saying like you wouldn't produce work on your own. It's just it's work with a purpose and a direction. Most of the time. I think one of the major things I see with a lot of people who are just like trying to do it without school, one of the major challenges is they don't know what it is they want to do. So it's one thing to get like, you know, really good at drawing anatomy, but it's a completely different thing to like get really good at drawing for a specific career, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That applies to all parts of the art world, you know. You can learn the fundamentals, but I think a lot of people get a little confused in that route because they start. I see a lot of people, even the artist lounge, always saying, "How do I find my style?" And it's not so much about finding your own specific style. It's like finding. It's more of just finding finding your voice and what does your art do, and then where do you want it to go.
I feel like that's one of the hardest things to explain to, I guess, a newer artist. You don't just, I don't know, go out and find a style. Your style is kind of developed over, like, your style is how you become comfortable with working and, like, the techniques that you know that work. And you just
and how you solve problems. Like when you're drawing something and you need to make something look a certain way, whatever decisions you make is your style, and it's influenced by so many things. And I think of it, the way I always kind of like try to tell people is it's like trying to ask, how do I find my handwriting? It's like, no, you write a lot, and eventually you have to come back and self-reflect, and then you see, oh, this is what I'm doing. And a lot of it is asking, like, what does art mean to you? Like, what does your direction mean to you? Like, what do you want to say? And then look at your art and how are you saying it, and are you saying it?
I'm gonna start using that next time somebody asks me, like, how do you find your style? It's exactly what you said. How do you find your handwriting?
Yeah, everyone's got different handwriting, and you didn't consciously sit there and think about your handwriting. Like, and obviously, if you're a girl, you write in girl font. You know, I don't know how you guys do that. I think it's because you write so many notes to each other in school, and then you all have like this. People are like, I have the worst handwriting, and it always looks amazing. That's why, like, I don't know how it is. They just have like the best lines ever, and it's totally not a politically correct thing to say, but I stand behind it.
I write in a doctor prescription font.
I think I can actually see hints of my own shortcomings in art in my handwriting. Like, I'll notice that I'll do an H, and instead of like the H with the hump, I'll be writing fast, and it will just kind of fall flat. And it'll be like, see, Mike, you rushed again. You got lazy. Your handwriting's just like your art. When you rush, it falls apart.
You didn't measure. We've got a few questions. So, a question from David. As a colour stylist, do you fill in full panels / frames, or do you specialise in parts to be assembled along with others? I.e., one person does environments while another does characters.
All right. Cool. I color, I guess, specific parts. My job as a color stylist is to color any props or characters. So if it moves or if it's not a background, that's what I end up coloring. So a lot of what I do is when a background painter finishes a color key for their background, I'll have a rough idea of how the background's going to be colored. So I'll drop in line art for characters into that background, and my job is to make sure those characters or those props read when they're in front of the background, and so they don't like get lost or get faded into the back. And depending on the lighting situation in the background and time of day, I'll paint accordingly to that. I hope that answered the question. I kind of forgot what it was halfway through.
Yeah, no, that does, yeah. So you do the individual moving parts usually?
Yeah.
We've got a question drawn by Anon. How much work in the industry is getting delegated overseas today?
It depends on which show you're talking about. Generally speaking, for television, all the I guess creative work that is in animation is done here in California, I guess, or wherever the studio is. And overseas is just kind of a broad term, I think, that people have gotten used to saying. But I guess what it really means now is to an animation house. So things like background paint, character design, like color styling, storyboarding, all that kind of stuff is done at the big studios. And then what a lot of creative directors want to do is make it so the animation studio doesn't have to make any creative choices in terms of those things, like color and paint and that stuff, so they can just focus on animation. So I guess to answer the question, it's just the animation process, drawing each frame, that kind of thing.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So, so when you first kind of switched from, there's always it seems to be a divide in a lot of industries, and I've seen just in different fields, and coming in like the tech world here, I hear a lot of it in that world as well. But there is always this divide between kind of the education world and then the business world and the career world. And like, would you say, did you hit any point when you switched from kind of like you were already pretty locked in when you were interning at Nickelodeon and then went to work there? But did you have a kind of any weird trying to think of the term, but like the shock moments where you were just, you had to adapt to something that you were not expecting, or was there anything in that world, in the career world, that like you could tell yourself, oh man, had I had known at the time, I would have prepared for that, or I would have learned that skill first that I didn't know about?
Yeah, I think when I became like a full-time artist and I got out of production, one of the biggest shocks to me was like okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking about how to phrase this.
No, it's all good. It's a long show. You take your time.
I don't know if anybody in the chat or if anybody wants to get into animation, but so when you're in school, a lot of what they teach you is kind of drawing stuff, like how to be a better artist, that kind of thing, or how to be good enough of an artist to get hired in the industry. So a lot of focus is just on your craft, but one of the major shocks to me was kind of what life is like living as an artist in the animation industry. A lot of this I've heard of, but I couldn't really relate to because I wasn't in there. But when I got there, a lot of the stuff, like when shows go on hiatus, like you don't really take that into account on your first job. Like, what are you supposed to do after that? And what do you do during your hiatus? And there's a lot of kind of harder decisions you have to make in animation where, let's say your show's ending, but you haven't heard about a pickup yet. So do you stay loyal to the crew you've been working with and hope they get a pickup, but that would mean you lose your job? Or do you put in your 2 weeks and be like, hey guys, sorry, I'm out. I need to make a living. Like, I got to survive as an artist.
Yeah.
A lot of that stuff wasn't taught in school. Like, we were just kind of taught, like, draw, paint, animate, whatever. But we never really understood the business side of things.
So is it like a contract-based style business then? Like, You're hired for one show, and then you actually, so it's like with your team is all kind of hired together, and then you have to decide, do I stay with these like group of people I work with, but now your contract's ending? Is that kind of how the animation world works, or?
Yeah, yeah. So usually when you start, you kind of have a rough idea of when your end date is, because you get hired on, you sign a contract for one season. Generally, if you're starting from the beginning, it could be different depending on the situation. So you have a rough idea of when that season's going to end. But if you're lucky, halfway through the season, the studio decides, hey, we want to order more of the show, and you're good for another, I don't know, however long it takes to make a season, roughly a year and some change.
Yeah.
But if you get towards the end of your season, you're not hearing anything. Now, what do? Do you abandon what you're working on, or do you just kind of hope for the best? It's like those kind of decisions that are kind of tough. But yeah, it's all contract based, I think, and don't quote me on this. And I think it's unless you hit something with the word director in your title, you're just a contract worker.
Right.
Yeah, I guess that's the best way to describe it. It's probably not accurate in terms of like business and the official titles or anything like that. But for the most part, you're working season to season.
So, well, that actually segues into another question from Drawing by Anon. That's a good one. They mentioned when you first started your internship, they're not sure if it was unpaid or how do but how do you budget yourself? Like how did you survive? Like what did you? So I mean, from the beginning, in a lot of this field, whatever path you're taking, people find that like it's not covering the bills. So was it a matter of multiple jobs or other jobs or money saved from before? Like how do you budget for that art environment in the career?
Whoa. Okay.
I know that's it's a big question and it's hard and a lot of people don't have answers or it's a tricky one, but it's important.
I can only speak to myself personally. When I got the internship, I was also working at school, like on campus for the health center. So for me, it was essentially two jobs. And during the time I was a part of the internship, studios were still allowed to have unpaid internships. These days, if it's a major studio, that's a huge no-no. So you will get paid. You won't get paid very much, but you will get paid.
Yeah, and that was particularly a California law first, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think, don't quote me on this again, but I think Fox got in trouble because their interns did a whole lot more work than they were supposed to do. So all the other studios got scared and were like, all right, we're just going to pay our interns now. But it was kind of a double-edged sword in a way, and at least for Nickelodeon. They used to have a lot more interns because when they're unpaid, you can have a ton of them. But now that you have to pay them, it got a lot more competitive, and it's a lot harder to get into now. But yeah, so internships do pay. It's not a lot. Having a second job would help, but it really depends on your personal situation. Like, do you have money saved up, or like, do you have help from family or anything like that? If you don't, it's gonna be a lot harder. I'm not saying it's not doable. Like, people can survive, like renting out rooms or sharing rooms or things like that. At that point, I guess it becomes a question of how badly do you want this. There are other ways into the animation industry. So I guess you would have to ask yourself, do you want to go this route, and will this route be beneficial to me? Luckily for me, I did have some money saved up from working at an internet startup and having a second job and all that. So the internship wasn't too detrimental to me. I was still living like the regular college lifestyle where you pretty much eat like crap. And yeah.
So for you, it was very much from like a second job or a day job equivalent,
Yeah.
And that's everyone I know in the art world. I know very few artists that made a leap directly to art, and the few artists that do, there was always kind of like either kind of family support or a husband or
Yeah.
wife support. But I think it seems to be one of the biggest hurdles is being able to spend a day doing one thing and then having to try to pursue a dream at the same time with leftover energy afterwards. Because I imagine, so in your case, so at one point, if you thought about it when you were doing the Nickelodeon internship, you had school
Yeah.
and then an internship, and then did you have the other startup job around the same time as that?
No, it was a huge risk for me. I quit the startup job, which was
Yeah.
pretty okay paying. Like I could have made a good career out of it.
Uh-huh.
But that was in San Francisco, so I left, took whatever money I saved up. And
Around what year was that, by the way? Just kind of curious, because I live in the Bay Area, so I'm curious around what era this was.
It wasn't. I have to look back. Let's see. I think I started at Nickelodeon around 2011 or 10.
Oh,
so
okay. All right.
It would have to be like 2007 or 8. I might have
Yeah.
left San Francisco. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So already the startup boom was, because when was the crash was 08, right? 09? Is that when that was?
I don't really remember. Yeah.
That was
Do you mind if I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
yes. I was kidding.
Ken, are
What's
you drawing digitally?
Yes, I am.
Are you able to screen share your screen?
Oh
so we
yeah.
can see?
Sorry, I totally forgot about this. It must be weird just looking at the
notice. I was
screen.
just in the thought. I didn't even notice that it wasn't being shared.
So there should be like a little green thing in the top left that allows you to do it.
Yeah, I think I got this.
I have a
Oh,
friend.
yeah, there we go.
What does this look like?
Looks like you got like a jillion windows.
Yeah, your screen is
something wrong with
insane.
I don't know what's going on there. It's like a
I'm
bunch of
like-
weird tabs or something.
What am I sharing?
Hmm.
Oh, that looks really weird. That is totally not what it looks like on my monitor. So.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really? You can always
Um,
go back to unshare it and then go back and share it and see if it
Okay, yeah.
glitches itself there.
I just screen shared the whole desktop, which I find works the best,
Yeah, I should probably do that.
rather than screen sharing the actual program.
Oh, there we go.
Looks more normal.
Yeah, there we go.
Cool.
Oh, she looks well cute.
I remember my good friend who I moved out here with and roommate, and I want to get him on the podcast because he's pursuing writing, aspiring writer, and he currently works as a office manager for a PR company that specializes in gaming companies here in the Bay Area in San Francisco. And I remember when the housing crisis happened and the economy collapsed, I lucked out because the fine art market actually increased right after, because everybody who was losing money in housing started putting money in art. So that gave me like a little buffer zone for a little while. And though with that part of the art world, that buffer, you wouldn't think. Everyone loved using the economic collapse as an excuse to like not give you a raise, even though the art was actually doing better. Because also internationally, overseas, people were buying art, but they love, anyways, it was funny. So that was going on, and man, he went through the ringer, and so it was a really interesting thing to watch. As like someone an aspiring kind of artist in creative world, it was so bad. Like there wasn't work anywhere, and at one point he was like. He was in line to try to apply for a server job at like a Chevy's restaurant, which is just like a Applebee's TGI Friday style restaurant, and it just opened in Emeryville, and there was a line of like 200 people out the door. It was seriously like Great Depression style lines of people just like looking for any work possible, and it was, and he had like burned through pretty much all of his savings just like waiting to try to find work. And then eventually, like, you know, he was doing some kind of jobs for some bizarre little companies, and then that one finally came through, which even as like the friend I was so happy for him, because that was the company where, like, during his interview, Portal 2 was just released, and they were
Yeah.
like, the interview was like almost kind of canceled because they all wanted him to play Portal 2, and I was like, oh my god, I hope he gets this job. And he didn't get it at first. It was much like you were talking about the thing in Nickelodeon, is he didn't get it that first try because it was a I don't know what they refer to it in that, but like it was more of a consultant job working with clients, and he didn't have much of a background in that, but they liked him so much, and he left such a good influence that they, if anything else opened up, they really wanted to get in contact with him. So when a job for a kind of like an office assistant came up, like, he was like the first person they called. So it just goes to show you just have to, like, hang in there. Like, even if you might, even like if you like a company, even if you're not the right person for that specific job, like, keep that enthusiasm. And also looking for work too. Apparently, I've seen people do. I can't remember what it's called, but when you go in for just kind of like interviewing a person at the company, like, you just reach out directly and you're not applying for a job, but you're just kind of, you want to talk to them and meet with them just about what they do and their job in general. I've seen that happen before.
Oh yeah, that's how I got my tour at Blizzard. That was exciting.
Yeah,
That must be so cool.
So how did that?
That was
Did you
great.
just go there and just check out the offices, or how did that all come about? What was?
It was actually a friend of mine who he's actually out looking for a job right now in production, and
Yeah.
he's been working like a bunch of different gigs for like ABC, Fox, and like just random shows like MasterChef, just doing kind of administrative work. And he was looking for something more stable. And I think it was so random. He went on LinkedIn, and I guess he had been introduced to this person, but didn't know her very well, and just messaged her, and she happened to be the producer of StarCraft.
Oh, wow.
And he just talked to her and was like, hey, I'm interested in, like, you know, possibly applying for production at StarCraft, or not StarCraft, at Blizzard, and kind of asked for advice and just kind of chatted with her about what she did, and I guess a tour was offered. I had no idea at the time, and he called me up and was like, and he knew I was a huge, like, Blizzard fan, and called me up and was like, hey, do you want to go on a tour at Blizzard? And I immediately said yes, and I went to my art director and I was like, I'm going to have to take Tuesday off. He's like, okay. So I went down there, and it was just one of those things where he just had a conversation, you know, asked her about what her job was like, and asked if he could have a tour of Blizzard, and we went down there, and it was really fun.
Nice.
That would.
I was actually wondering, speaking to a few artists who work in-house or in industry, one thing that I hear a lot of is that they then move out of it so they can work on their own projects. Do you find that you have time or do not have time to work on your own projects or your own artwork?
It's weird because I feel like there's always the time. The problem is coming back from working like 8-9 hours, whatever, however long you were at work. It's hard to have that energy to want to do it all again, you know, because so much of my life is, you know, painting for the show. And when I come home and I want to paint for myself, I'm kind of like, well, where's my time to, you know, relax, see a movie, or, you know, watch some TV? So it's kind of a hard balance. I think there's always time to do it. It's just whether or not there's the drive or the energy to keep doing it. So I totally understand when people want to leave and do their own thing. It's kind of hard because one pays your bills, which unfortunately is a requirement. But yeah, for me, it's a little bit hard during the stressful periods of a show, when if the show's behind and you're like always on a time crunch, that mental stress kind of follows you home a little bit. But it's not always like that. Like there are times where I'm not saying there's like a lot of downtime, but there are times where you're just kind of nailing it and the work's getting done at work, and nothing comes home with you. And if that happens, then yeah, you have the time, the energy to work on like whatever you want to do, like your own animated show or comic books or things like that. Yeah.
You say the work coming home with you. Do you ever do any actual work at home? Like, I don't know why, but I kind of assumed that you wouldn't be able to work on things on your own laptops and stuff because it would be NDA'd or whatever.
Oh, actually, they're completely cool with it. If they approve the overtime, yeah, yeah, you can work at home. Which I actually did for a while, and it was kind of nice. A lot of studios prefer that you work in-house because it's a lot easier if an art director needs to give you a note. He can just walk over to your desk and be like, "Hey, can you change this really quickly?" Like you can't do that if the person's not there. In terms of personal stuff on your own computer, there may be like some legal issues with it, but I think for the most part, it's like a common sense thing. Just don't post things online. Make sure your computer's secure if you're going to work on sensitive projects. For the most part, I think you'll be okay. Because a lot of how freelancers work is they'll send the actual files to the person wherever they are, and the freelancer will work on their own computer and then send it back to the studio.
Right.
Yeah. But if they find out that you've been, uploading all this stuff, you may not get any more work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah, it's definitely possible to work at home. It's some of my friends' dreams to be like on permanent freelance, so they can like travel to Thailand or Hawaii and
Yeah.
do work from there.
Which do you prefer, working at home or working in-house?
I go back and forth. I've done both a little bit. Working at home's kind of nice because I could just roll out of bed and make my own schedule.
Yeah.
I don't have to get dressed and I just paint. But
That's
then
the best part.
yeah, that is.
It's hard to stay focused though.
It is extremely hard to stay focused at home because I got my video games here. I got TV shows that I can watch.
Yeah, you gotta work from home, and then lo and behold, there's a Steam sale, and
Yeah, but it is kind of nice to be able to do that and set your own schedule because when you work in a studio, it's your general like 9 to 5, and for me sometimes it's a lot easier for me to get in the zone like towards midnight. I'm kind of weird like that. But the downside is when I did work from home, I started to forget how to talk to people because I didn't leave my house. I didn't really interact. It's a strange thing, but it happens. You don't really think about it. Like I went to the grocery store and like I just forgot how to talk. I don't know how to explain it. I guess it's a weird thing.
I know exactly what you mean because I spend a lot of my time just sat at home doing nothing, like working like in a little bubble in my room, right? And like not seeing daylight. I had to make a little note for myself that says "Open the curtains," so that I will see.
Yeah, it's little things like that. You don't think you would forget. But it happens when you just.
Oh yeah, I'm a human being. I should do something about that.
You guys mentioned that. I just realized that I haven't turned the light on in my room, and I'm sitting in the dark right now.
Yeah, that happens.
I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. There.
You ever do that thing where you forget to eat because you're working or drawing?
It happens way too often.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Oh.
Yeah, sirens. I'd like to make a joke about it's Oakland and all, but I live in a neighborhood that's so like it's almost like if someone's just like, oh, where you live in Oakland, and I'm like, I live in Rockridge, and they're like, yeah, that's not Oakland. It's like, well, so how did you make the transition from Nickelodeon to Disney? Was
Okay. This gets
I
guess
have to
this
say
gets
there's
into-
areas of the story that cannot be, I don't know.
Oh no, this is
Okay.
completely fine. I guess it's probably more interesting stuff. So at Nickelodeon, I got moved on to the show called Harvey Beaks, that's airing right now, and I actually got promoted to coordinator. So I am moving up the production ladder as all this is happening. And I met some people there who were very encouraging, trying to get me into the art side of things. And what happened? I worked there for maybe a little less than half a year, and what happened? There was somebody looking for a color stylist for a Nick Jr. show,
Mhm.
and it's so random. It was like a post on Facebook. Like this art director posted on Facebook.
God, you really don't know where it's going to end up. Like, you never know where it's going to
Yeah.
come from. You know?
It's
Like,
it's really
you have
strange.
to really just be as open as you can because you have no idea where it's going to come from.
Yeah, and I wasn't even the one who saw it. A friend of mine saw it and was like, "Ken, you need to apply to this. You need to apply to this." And I was like, "I'm not even friends with this guy." So she sends me his name and his like Facebook link, and I send him a message like, "Hey, I work at Nickelodeon." And luckily for me, he also worked on Fairly Odd Parents and was a really good friend of the guy who's mentoring me in painting.
Mm-hmm.
And so he responded. He was like, "Oh, I like your stuff. You worked with Joel and all this kind of stuff." And I was like, "Yeah, yeah." And then he was like, "All right, send me your work. I'll send it to the art director and the show creators." And I guess he was lying to me at the time because he was the art director.
Nice.
He took a look at it. He was like, "Cool, I like your stuff. Do you want to freelance for us? So we could send you some work, and you can work from home." Because he knew I worked at Nickelodeon, so I would have to work like after hours.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't allowed to work on another show while I'm at my day job at a different show.
Yeah.
So I was like, "Yeah, I'll do it." And this is probably the least sleep I've ever gotten in my life.
Oh my god.
So I got a couple characters to do for a Nick Jr. show, and I didn't know at the time, but I guess this is how they test you out, because if you're a freelancer, it's really easy for them to just not send you work anymore if they don't like you.
Yeah.
So I guess they ended up liking my work. I get a call maybe 2 weeks later after doing a bunch of characters and props for them. They were like, "Hey, so we wanna hire you on full time for this Nick Jr. show. What do you think about that?" And the weird way shows work is like you could work for a company like Nickelodeon, but you have to think of each job or each show as their own company.
What?
No, I'm sorry. Keep going.
What? Look at all this.
Slag. There's a special surprise. I'm sorry. Keep going. There's a special surprise guest here.
Whoa! All right. But anyways, so I had to leave my show, so it was pretty much like quitting. Like
Mhm.
you went through the whole process, and I joined up for another Nick Jr. show, and after getting on that, I worked a while. That show ended, and Disney called and asked if I was interested. So that's the short version.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
What do you have any advice to someone who might want to be trying to get in industry somewhere like Disney or something like that? Or do you think it's more of like keeping your eyes open for every opportunity?
Well, I think the first advice I'd give is figure out what it is you want to do within this industry.
Mhm.
It's probably one of the hardest things for someone not inside already, is to know what position it is they want or what it is they want to do in animation.
Yeah.
And then kind of learn what's required for that position and move from there.
Yeah.
The most general advice I can give is post stuff online because people see it. Like show creators will see it, art directors will see it, and if you're doing good work and you're posting consistently, if you're that good, people will approach you. But the key is constantly post stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where do you post online?
Me? It's
Like
Instagram, Tumblr, Twitter, that kind of stuff. It's kind of a weird thing, because when you want to show off portfolios and stuff, you want to go to like conventions and things where you know recruiters are around.
Hmm.
So, and it's weird because in portfolios you don't really want fan art there, but if you post online, fan art. So let's say you want a certain art director to see your stuff, or a show creator or something to see your stuff. That's where fan art kind of has its advantages, because you can post specific to those shows or those creators or those people, and like, they'll get like their Instagram, Twitter, or whatever notifications, and they'll see it, and that kind of gives you a more like direct thing. So social media and portfolios at conventions and things like that for real life.
It's interesting because you see online a lot like these amazing artists that you see them get these jobs, and you can tell that it was because the person saw that they did fan art. Like who was it? Keenan Lafferty for Riot Games. They spotted his League of Legends fan art. I believe it was Sakimi-chan did stuff for Disney because they saw her Disney fan art. And it's really interesting that you see that happen online. Yet in real life, everyone tells you whatever you do, don't put fan art in it in your portfolio.
It's a weird thing. Like, if you do fan art and there's something, I don't even know how to describe it. There's something cool about it, something kind of unique that's unique to you personally. Like maybe you did your own twist on lighting or color, or you have like a slightly different design, or that kind of stuff. That will catch people's attention, and like it still has some of your personal touch to it. Whereas if you're doing fan art just to make it look like what's already out there, it's kind of
Why would they want you? Because they've already got the original artist. It's like,
so I wouldn't say don't do fan art. I think I would say just know what you're trying to do if you do fan art.
Yeah.
To be selective, very personalized fan art.
Yeah.
Find your style when you do your fan art.
Which is probably more fun anyways, because if you do fan art for something like TV, it's so assembly line that like, the artists that are working in-house have to paint and draw in a certain way anyways, so you'll probably end up with something cooler if you have your own twist on it, because you have more time than these artists working in the studio anyways.
Yeah, you've got a bit of freedom that they don't have.
Yeah. And a lot of the guys I met at Blizzard were, they were just doing fan art there too, and then those guys saw it. Like, I think Blizzard has a fan art page for all their games, and they'll just put people out. Just really
what would be your like dream project or dream company to work for?
Oh man, since you're asking me right now, it's gotta be Blizzard. Sorry, Disney.
Yeah.
But if I'm talking realistically, because my life is in animation, I'm kind of there already. Like I'm kind of shocked every morning I wake up and I'm going to Disney for work. Like that's a weird thing to me. I think if it were up to me, it would, or like a dream situation for me would basically be to move up the color ladder for work. So make my way up to background painting and then to art director at Disney would be a dream. I guess above that would be to work on a Disney featured movie as opposed to a television show. But I do like TV's pace. It's very, very fast.
Yeah. There was actually a question given to me before the show by someone. They were wondering what's the atmosphere like in-house? So particularly they were asking about Disney. We have this very jolly, wonderful, magical view of Disney from the outside. And they're wondering, is that same atmosphere tried to be recreated indoors in this very, kind of like the image that you get of like Google on the inside? Or is it a lot more serious and crunch time and that kind of thing?
This is how I felt when I was an intern. I had the exact same question. At Disney specifically, yes and no. It's not like magical and there's rainbows everywhere at Disney. I think when you visit any art studio, be it Nickelodeon or Blizzard or Disney or wherever you go, it's I guess the visuals are more or less the same. You have a lot of artwork up of whatever show or movie you're working on, and then it's a lot of cubicles. And I felt like I've been to enough studios where the setup is always the same. There's one Cintiq, one regular monitor off to the side, and it's in a cubicle or an office, and there's just somebody working, and that's pretty much it. So it's mostly offices. The walls are usually decorated, and people are generally really nice, really friendly. And you see a lot of toys and stuff around. So I guess that's the more like fun part, I guess. Every studio I've been to, Blizzard, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, everybody's cube is kind of like their toy area.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I think when I went to Blizzard, crap, I forgot his name, but he's Mr. Jack online. I don't know if anybody knows his stuff, but he has an entire bookshelf of just Star Wars action figures at work. So there's that kind of stuff. It's not serious in a sense that you gotta be dressed up and be at work at this time exactly. At Disney, they're pretty flexible about it. Like, as long as you put in your hours and as long as you get your work done, you're okay. This also varies by production too. Like, some shows may be more strict than others. So it really depends on where you land and what the atmosphere is like on your specific show. Yeah, I think for the most part, it's pretty casual. I kind of stroll into work in t-shirts and flip-flops and shorts. Yeah, and I think I stroll into work about like 9:30 or 10 or whenever I wake up.
Oh my god.
Is that the company perk? Like every company has for example, like Pixar apparently has a cereal bar. I don't know, do they have a cereal bar where you work?
We also have a cereal bar.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so jealous.
There's a chef, there's commissaries, there's
I was
Wait,
so
there's a
stoked
chef
when
for a cereal bar?
No, there's a chef downstairs for lunch and for breakfast.
I'm so
Creating your
jealous.
perfect cereal.
You know how long it took me to get a coffee machine at my job?
Oh, when I was an intern, I was changing out coffee filters, ordering coffee filters, like that kind of stuff. But yeah, there are those nice perks. You work at Disney, you get a free Disneyland pass, that kind of stuff.
Oh, dude, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh
So
my god, that's so cool.
it is fun working at a studio. Like, it doesn't feel very corporate. So it's nothing like that. But it's probably not as magical as it is in your head.
What? Come on. There's no water slides in the office, right? You don't sit on like a gigantic mushroom and bubbles are shooting everywhere while you're working?
No.
Is there a tiny Mickey Mouse that sits at your side whilst you're working and hands you your Lycon pen?
That would be amazing. That would be amazing. I went to hang out with my friend who's a character designer, and on her show, I don't know if you've guys seen the new BB-8, the Star Wars robot that came out. the remote
Oh,
control.
the little round one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have like 8 of them on that crew, and they started racing them around the office.
Oh my gosh.
So stuff like that happens. It's a fun environment to work in. It's there's no water slide or anything there.
Yet.
Um,
Make it happen.
Yeah. So yeah, and it depends on the show you work for. It also depends on the studio. Like Nickelodeon is a lot different compared to Disney, and Cartoon Network and DreamWorks are a lot different. Each of them have their their draws and.
What was
Not
the
so fun.
biggest difference between the two that you noticed?
Disney has a lot more money.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
They
own a number of things. The company's doing pretty well. Last time I checked.
They own half of YouTube as well now.
I think they own the world.
Yeah.
So there are a lot more like just things at Disney. Like I was talking, like I'm working on a show called Pen Zero, and it's in a completely different building than Gravity Falls, which is in a completely different building than their feature movies. They're all in the same city, but they own like 4 or 5 different buildings within that city. That's just Disney properties alone, excluding like ESPN and ABC and all that other stuff. So they're all over the place.
And Miramax, don't they own Miramax as well?
Yeah, I can't even keep track of what they own. I think Marvel is moving to Burbank pretty soon too, so there's going to be a lot of that around here.
Oh man.
Yeah. So the major difference is just how gigantic Disney is compared to Nickelodeon. I remember when I got to Nickelodeon, my parents just they started to realize that, like, oh, okay, maybe he won't like die of starvation like working as because Nickelodeon was a company they heard of or whatever.
Yeah. Like, okay, there's security there,
Yeah, and
also,
then
in startups before, you never know what's going to happen with the startup,
Yeah. So when I started Nickelodeon, I was like, oh man, I've made it to the big leagues. I'm working at Nickelodeon, and then when I started at Disney, I realized like just how big the rest of the world was.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's the major difference. Work-wise, it's more or less the same. If you've done like color styling at one studio, it's more or less the same at another. It's just the style's a little bit different. Maybe the workflow is a little bit different, but the schedule is more or less the same.
So you can translate across companies, or that's probably not the right word. I can't even think of the word. Jesus, transition. Good Lord. Yeah. Transition pretty well across companies within the industry. Like, it's not too much of a drastic. I mean, is everyone like? I don't. I don't have a lot of experience in digital art myself, but is everyone kind of using like the? Is it all Photoshop based? Is everyone using like the same?
Yeah, there's kind of a standard. If you're painting or if you're working on a show, you're either working in Photoshop or you're working in Harmony.
Wait, what's Harmony? Never heard of Harmony. Heavens.
Harmony is becoming the non-Hollywood standard for animation, I guess.
Oh, it's like the hipster one.
Is Harmony the offshoot of Toon Boom?
They're part of it. Toon Boom created Harmony. Harmony is kind of Storyboard Pro and like all their different programs combined into one gigantic animation suite. And so the way animation studios work, at least in California, is a lot of the key things are done in-house. So you have your background keys, you have your character keys, your color keys. Like, that's the kind of stuff that we work on. And then they get sent to another studio, which ends up using our keys kind of like guides to animate the show. And most of the animation most shows today, I think, do it in Harmony because it's a lot easier to keep track of different assets and like your color palette and things like that if you're working on a gigantic project. I think well, for me personally, I think the downside to Harmony is it's not as intuitive as painting in Photoshop or Corel Painter or whatever else is out there. It's a very technical program. I don't know if you've ever worked on like any compositing or like After Effects type stuff or Nuke.
Oh, a tiny bit. I know that I've used a little bit of Unity for gaming, and I know that Harmony directly links into it.
Yeah, if you used any of the node-based type things for Unity, that's kind of what Harmony is like. So instead of like putting a paintbrush down on a canvas, you're doing a lot more like technical stuff, like this layer needs to be in this blending mode, and like this is how it all processes is, and your output is this final thing. Like there's a little bit of like brush to canvas like type work, but it's a lot more technical than that. And the node-based stuff, it looks really intimidating to me.
Yeah. So if someone wanted to get into animation, that's something they should like. Is the industry like moving more towards that? Is that something people should like start looking into and learning and practicing, or?
It's definitely worth looking into. I don't think it's gonna change like anytime soon. Like definitely not within the next 5 years. So if you want to work in animation outside of the U.S., so like you want to like be a hardcore animator in Korea, or I think India has some studios. Canada has a lot now too. If you want to straight up like be an animator, like making drawings come to life, that kind of animator. But yes, Harmony is definitely something to look into. Maybe not Harmony like the major program itself, because Toon Boom has like cheaper alternatives like Toon Boom Animate or like a trial version of Harmony, because Harmony is the big suite that studios use. I don't think it's like a individual grade program.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely worth getting used to if that's the goal. But if illustration, concept art, like viz dev, that kind of stuff, I would say for now, don't worry too much about Harmony, because the keys are still being done in Photoshop or the traditional tools that they use digitally. I don't think that's going away anytime soon. Yeah.
Do you know much about like the concept art world?
Not very much.
No.
Aside from the little bit I know, or the little bit I'm assuming I know about, like Blizzard or the feature world. The only bit I know is it's less assembly line than what I do. So a lot of the artists take their work from rough to finish all by themselves, versus what I do is a lot more collaborative, where you have multiple people working on the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, concept art is kind of the world that I would like to move into.
Yeah. There's some crossover between concept art and viz dev. Concept art leaning more towards games, and viz dev leaning more towards movies. The only thing I know about it is difficult to get into.
Yeah. It's probably one of the most, if not the most competitive, I think, at the moment.
Yeah. I think my mentor was talking about it when he would talk to students. And this is strictly for TV. Students would come up to him, and he would ask them, "Oh, so what do you want to do after you graduate?" And they're like, "I want to be a concept artist. I want to be a viz dev artist." And he doesn't break their spirit right there, but mentally he's kind of like, "All right, you're not sure what you want to do right now," is essentially what he would think, because it's not a entry-level position in any of the fields. I think concept artists and viz dev artists is something unless you come out of school amazing, it's something everybody strives towards or is working towards.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm pretty entry level at color stylist, and VizDev is that's like the finish line, sort of, for me.
Yeah, I think it's because the concept artist has a lot of responsibility in a different way than the other artists. In that, they're kind of relied on to translate what the art director wants to everyone else.
Yeah.
Which is obviously the art director is relying on them a lot.
Yeah.
And they're in such a crucial point. They're involved in such crucial points in the production of whatever it is that it does end up being this kind of ridiculously important job for like this one mini section of time.
Yeah.
And then everyone else does the work based on it, and I don't know.
Yeah. It's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I'd love to make it to that point. Hopefully.
We've got a art piece by Foxtrot, I believe.
Well, let's check it out. Oop. Foxtrot. We have a surprise guest that just showed up in studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Art Brokens here. He just walked in the door with his electric scooter. Suddenly, that's when you heard me a minute ago go, what? That was Roger here showing up.
What's up, you guys?
Nice.
Hey.
Dude, I scooted here in like 2 minutes.
It took it's fast. You live really close now.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're not.
It's
We
dope.
should really be hanging out all the time.
We need to go to Nick's and karaoke after this, really.
Oh my god, that's such a good idea.
Have you guys seen them weird hoverboard things yet?
Yes. I think I know what you're talking about.
Not around town. I've only seen some other weird things. And
They're
dumb
like-
electric skateboards.
Oh, God.
Yeah, the electric skateboard things that like it kind of
Don't get
you
us started
tilt
on
on
the
it.
electric skateboard.
Mm.
Wait,
I
what are
was
you talking
looking-
about?
Huh?
Are you talking about actual hoverboards?
No. I think it's called hoverboard or something something weird.
2 wheels and it's like a sideways
Segway
skateboard.
or something.
It's like a Segway without the handle.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
That's-
I've seen those around San Francisco for
Those are
sure.
everywhere.
There's different types. There's the ones where you stand with both feet and there's 2 wheels on the sides of the feet.
Yes,
And
that's
then there's the one with the single wheel in between your feet.
What?
Yeah, and that one looks weird. And
That's
then
cool as fuck, too.
there's what I constantly make fun of, which are straight up electric skateboards, which I am not a supporter of.
They're so dope.
I think they are the dumbest looking thing ever.
Oh my god.
I
they're
hate
awesome,
them.
You guys.
And no one should ever buy one ever because you look like an idiot when you ride it.
Have you ever seen them, you guys? They're awesome.
No.
So electric skateboards will never be a sponsor of this show.
I was walking home from the shops today, and I just heard like the very slight little crack of a twig behind me, and I thought, that's odd.
Mm.
I didn't have my headphones on or anything, I was just walking along, and I turn around for like 1 second, and there's a guy like less than a foot away from me, standing right behind me on one of these like hoverboard things. It scared the life out of me. I was like, where the hell did you come from? Oh my god. And I'd never seen one of these things before, so that was my introduction to these bizarre devices.
these weird future transport things. Like I'm okay with most of them, but I am telling you, Roger hears me complain about electric skateboards all the time. I saw a guy in my neighborhood. He's on an electric skateboard, full pads, knee pads, elbow pads, wrist guards. Whatever. You're not skating transitions,
Safety
and you're
first.
not 7
Safety
years old,
first.
but I'm proud of you. He's got a helmet, all right, and the helmet had a rear view mirror attached to it, and I was
my
just
god,
like,
yes.
I was like, oh,
Oh, yeah.
and he's doing that thing with everyone on electric skateboard. They stand like they have a stick up their butt when they ride it because here's the problem with electric skateboards, is.
That guy was so safe.
Well, he was safe. He was safe. He was safe from ever looking attractive to women on his dumb electric skateboard. No, here's the thing. Okay, when you're learning to skateboard, you gotta learn to push, because when you push, that like determines. It's so much of it is about style, and it determines how you look. It's like if you hear me out. I know electric skateboards are more about transportation, and they shouldn't be, because that's stupid and there's better things. But so much of it is about style, and it's all about, like, you need to be able to ride a skateboard on one foot, and when you do an electric skateboard, you never learn how to ride it on one foot, so you'll always look like an asshole when you're riding one of them. I'm sorry, anybody who owns electric skateboards and loves it, but I'm sorry, it just looks terrible. It looks so bad. Sometimes people will try to do, like, little fast turns to look cool, and it never looks cool. It always looks bad. You gotta keep it real. Get one of the weird space-age single wheelie or Segway no handles. I don't care. Get anything else. Just don't get an electric skateboard, please. That's all I ask.
I'm getting one.
You're not getting one, Roger. You're not getting
Oh my
one.
god.
You got your scooter. That's fine. You can get a weird wheelie thing, you know. That works too. Get one of
You're
those.
gonna be so jelly when I get mine. I'm gonna look so dope.
You're not gonna look dope. Right now we have Foxtrot Oscar's piece on the screen, and it is amazing.
Whoa, wait, that's not our. You mean we could have drawn another?
Yeah, you could have drawn anything. I just had this on the screen.
I already started this.
Well, then you keep finishing it. That's on you.
I totally would have drawn a different one.
That is beautiful. From a distance here. Is he mixing up some others? Is that all ink there?
Yeah, I think he's doing like Inktober.
Oh,
This
Inktober.
is his whole deal.
I feel
David
bad.
said, if you like hovering and insane physics, look up super cooled levitating superconductors. What?
Oh, is that like when you make something, you freeze it almost to absolute zero, and then it becomes a superconductor, and then physics don't apply to it anymore? I saw a show about that once.
Yeah.
It was awesome. It was a weird episode of Nova, and the whole episode was about cold. That was their theme. So of course it starts off like, it started off talking about like how one of the first major millionaires in the United States was a guy who imported ice. Like they would go and then chop ice out of a frozen lake and take it to places that didn't have ice. And first millionaire in the U.S. as far as I can remember. I don't remember things very well, but and then it moves on, and as the show was moving on and on, it was getting like more scientific and then getting like more abstract and theory based. And by the end, man, they're like trying to like bring helium to absolute zero, and they were like containers couldn't hold the liquid. It would like, because the friction level was lower than gravity or something, so it would flow out of the sides of things. It was the craziest shit ever. It was amazing. Science is awesome.
I've just
Unless you
found,
make it like a skateboard, then science is terrible and bad for humanity.
I've just
That's what
found a
science is
video on quantum levitation, and it looks ridiculous. It's
What?
so weird.
That does sound weird. Do you think it's a video we can share, or will it get the podcast booted?
People can just Google it, it's fine. Quantum levitation.
That's an everyday Google term.
Do your own work, you know.
If I Google that, will Google start thinking I'm smarter? Be like, wow, Mike, I'm really proud of you. Your Google searches have come a long ways from boobs and candy. Now we're looking up quantum levitation. I'm really proud of you.
Dude,
You know?
advertisements as an artist is the most irritating thing in the world, because they always send me advertisements for stuff that I've Googled recently. But I
Yeah.
Google everything, right? I'm like, I want to find a reference for this thing. So I Google it like 10 times to try and find every reference picture I want. And then it's like, do you want to buy this random bizarre thing that you never wanted? Like, so here's some skiing equipment. I'm not even in the snow. It's like,
Looks like
what are you
I was gonna joke that looks like someone wants to buy a pony. Then I remembered that you actually are like a horse person. You do ride horses.
I did ride horses, yeah.
That was part
I
of our deal.
never owned a pony. I'm not rich. Oh my god.
Wait, hold on.
It's on
hold on.
2%.
It's still draining?
It's on 2% now. Oh my god.
Oh god, that's playing with fire. But there's something we need to clarify. Now that it's at 2%, and we need to find out what's going on before, and I'm sure Ken is just as interested in me. What makes a pony a thing for a rich person? I didn't know a pony was like
What?
a class issue. You said.
So you're not aware of this? Every rich person in the UK has a pony. That's like a thing.
Wait, what's the difference between a pony and a normal horse?
A pony is like small version of a horse. They're not. They like. It doesn't mean young horse. It's they're like. They're not gonna grow up to be like a proper racehorse.
Well, then what? So why do rich people like ponies? Are they like the Teslas of horses or
Well, they
something?
get ponies and horses. The thing is, the parents get horses and then they race them, and they've got stupid names, and then they get their daughter a pony, and then the daughter will run around and be like, "Oh my God, my pony!" and the pony's like, "Yay!" and that's how they grow up, and then they grow into rich people who then get ridiculously rich horses, and it recycles itself.
Well, it's the same here.
You are that a pony is literally your electric skateboard. We found your electric skateboard. It's ponies. You hate ponies so much.
Ponies are silly. They're like, because like horses are like motorbikes combined with a dog, right? Ponies, like, they can't do any of the cool things a horse can do. They're just a horse that doesn't run very fast. So there you go. There's a horse. Well done.
Ken, what's your pony?
My pony?
Yeah, what's your pony? What's the thing you see and you irrationally hate it, and your friends like they try to avoid the topic because they know it will just make you angry?
Oh man, what is my pony? I don't know. I can't think of
Come on,
it.
you live in Los Angeles. How could you not have a pony? There's all sorts of crazy things down there.
I feel like everything I hate is pretty rational.
Which is like traffic, the usual,
yeah,
right?
yeah, the usual stuff.
This damn smog, am I right?
Yeah.
Those people in Santa Monica think they know everything, right?
Yeah, you know, that kind of stuff.
My joke is I have a friend in Santa Monica. Now he's going to give me shit. I'm going to get in a fight with him.
David's giving us the technical terms. So I was like, ponies are little horses, and he says, ponies and horses are different phenotypes. There you go. You're welcome.
Really?
You learnt a thing. And then, and then on a different level, Jen says, my mum had a pony named Poniecki. Poniecki? Something like that. When she was a little girl. Poniecki bite my aunt on the boob, and she had a scar forever.
Her aunt has a scar on her boob because of pony
Dude,
that are...
horses, like, when they bite you, they proper go for it. They get, like, massive chunks out of you. They're evil.
Well, the
Don't
teeth
annoy
are
a
massive.
horse.
I've seen Mr. Ed, like, that. Their teeth are huge.
They are. Don't annoy a
Terrifying.
horse.
I'm always scared that a horse is just gonna kick me, even if there's like not a horse where I am. Like I'm gonna walk in a bathroom and it's just gonna be like kind of like a John Crick-Falusi style like horse butt with legs, and it's just gonna kick me through the wall, like old Ren and Stimpy. Like I don't know, like
You don't want to get
see-
kicked by a horse.
no, it's
That's
freaking
scary.
terrifying.
I've seen people get kicked by horses, and it's just like, I'm glad that wasn't me, and that looked horrendous.
Like
Sounds terrifying.
horses kick so hard that when it happens in an internet video, like the frame rate, like you
The
can try
frame
to
rate
watch.
drops.
It can't do it. Like you could try watching it at like a 60, like a PC Master Race, like 60 frames per second frame rate, and even then the horse's legs like move too fast. Like it can't. Like computers can't even keep up with a horse kick, you know. And then like one second there's a lady there like trying to do a goofy dance, and the next thing you know, it's just the horse. She's gone. Like it already happened. It's a magic trick.
The pony's name is Pony K. Or
Pony
Pony
K.
K. K, I assume. Pony K.
I'm glad we know that we can. try
And
to
apparently
avoid
I'm an
ponies.
idiot for not being able to say that. Shut up. It's alright, I'm allowed to tell him to shut up. It's my brother.
It's a brother's job to give you the guff. That's why I like when your brother's in the chat. Is he just knows how to rip on you.
He does.
He says all the right things. Because I don't know. Oh my lord. I'm feeling pretty alright with this drawing.
Yeah.
How's everyone's coming? How's everyone feeling about theirs?
I'm hating that.
Ken, how's yours feeling?
Not so good. But it's usually how it goes.
I thought this thing started at 8, and I was going to show up like right at the beginning.
You
of
thought you were
the-
showing up? No, you literally showed up when technically we should have a half hour left. That's when you showed up.
I'd be...
You done goofed.
So what does it start at, 7?
Starts at 5:30.
What? Really?
Yeah, it's that early.
Oh my god.
Hey, poor Sarah
She
has to
got
stay up
nervous.
all night for this.
Yeah, I start at 1:30 a.m. and then
Yeah.
it's now 4:42 a.m.
Oh, cool.
When the podcast ends, it's usually daytime, and you can like hear her family like waking up and making breakfast and stuff. And then like you'll hear the newspaper hit her front door. You'll hear like
Dude.
stereo.
That newspaper hit my front door. No, that's my pony. That wakes me up.
Does that really happen? I was joking. That's a thing that actually happens.
That irritates the life out of me. I'll be sitting there and I'm like, I've had no sleep because it was a podcast night, and then all I hear is like against my door. I'm like, I don't need this. Go away.
You see, because I
That's
always
my
would
pony.
joke that since you're in England, that you'd be woken up by the sounds of all the pocket watches and clocks going off in the morning. Because
No, that's at my gran and granddad's house. It's literally they have an entire wall of clocks.
I'm trying
is
to
the
joke,
worst.
and then these things are real. Like I'm trying to stereotype, and they actually are existing.
Well, like,
You're like, if it wasn't for the
Yeah.
damn chimney sweep dancing and keeping me up all night.
well, no, I've never seen anything.
You got a bias towards ponies. You're woken up from the newspaper in your door. Your grandparents apparently live in a clock shop.
I'm sitting with a blanket on me. It's fine. Welcome to the
Yeah.
UK.
Oh man, I love it so much.
It's currently flooding here, so you know that it has to be its ultimate stereotypical.
I'm sure someone is gonna say there's gonna be a little boat and there's gonna be little mice going down it. Like it's just everything out there is just like freaking adorable. That's the only thing. That's the cultural experience I had when I went to London. As I was just like, everything out here is so damn cute. I can't even handle it. This is like the most adorable city. It's like a big city, and I'm just sitting there walking around going, no, look at that, no. I feel like every dog should be wearing a sweater. Every like restaurant has like the Chestershire, like everything has just like an adorable name. It was just overwhelming. It was just like, oh my god, there's just like too much love here. I can't even handle it. I don't even know. Like, can you even be sarcastic and be in London at the same time? I'm not even sure.
That's our second language, sarcasm.
Well, no, you guys have like your dry wit. You know, like I would be sarcastic and then you would say something witty, but I wouldn't even catch it. I would just be like, duh, whatever, and walk away. Then like half hour later, be like, oh, they won. You know.
Britain won after all.
It's like, should I go back? I don't know if I have enough money because I don't know how much their coins are worth. I have a sack of coins and I don't know how much money this is.
Our money's great. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you have any currency with like a coins with a hole in them, or was that somewhere else? Do you have coins that are like shaped like hexagons or anything?
Like Stonehenge was built. What are you on about?
I don't know. I don't remember. Like things are old. I went to bars there that were like established in like 1500 or something.
Oh
You
wait,
guys have been
unless
around.
wait, I wonder if like penny farthings and that lot. I wonder if one of them had a hole in it.
Probably. See, I try to joke, and then it's like a real thing. That's how magical it is out there.
Oh no, wait, no. Penny farthing's the bike. Wait, what was the coins that were around at that point? Oh, I can't even remember what they're called. I can't even remember. There is a coin with a hole in it, but I think it's not from the UK. I think it's Chinese or something like that.
I felt so weird how much when the one time I went to Europe, like how much I liked London. Like I felt like, because I was in Italy and then in Paris and then London, and I felt like, well, I
Yes,
should
it's
like.
Chinese. Chinese coins. One of them has a hole in the middle.
Oh, there we go.
I knew I remembered it. There you go. Sorry, carry on.
Oh, I don't know. I was just saying that it was that thing where it felt weird because like at that trip, I think I actually think about like London the most, and that feels strange because you're supposed to be like more stoked on the culture that's least like what you're used to or whatever. Like, oh, it's so fascinating this, but I don't know. Like, I don't know something about like in London. I just was like, man, this is too much. It was And I still, and to this day, I'll say it was when I walked out of the tunnel and you guys had a camera store called Snippy Snaps. I'm like, well, you win. That's it. You got me. Snippy Snaps? First of all, I was impressed that there was a camera store still in business. And, I mean, that name.
Sounds legit.
It was so
Makes
legit.
sense.
I didn't even. Here's the thing. I didn't even go in. I didn't want to know what it was like because I liked my imagination of it so much that I'm like, I don't want to ruin this. Like, this is too magical. I don't want to go in and just see the tourist trap that it probably is. I just want to know that there was that store.
I went to this little restaurant in London last year, and the entire room was like all the cabinets were really old books, like I don't know,
Whoa.
rare books, right? Like first edition and stuff like that. But you could take them out and read them, and it was stuff like all of Shakespeare and Dickens and stuff. And I was like, this is like extra English London.
Yeah, right. There was a museum in London where it's just literally like a guy's house, and he just has a bunch of things he's collected over his life and rare things. It was really fascinating. Just art and antiques. What was it called? It's a pretty famous spot. I wish I could remember. Damn. Oh man, that place was like magical though. It was just like, I don't know, I feel like everywhere I was going in there, I'm just like, all right, let's see what things you guys pillaged in your heyday. And like,
We do like things.
oh, you kept a lot of things. I will go in there. I'm like, why do you have all of the art on the Parthenon here? Like, this doesn't belong to you.
I mean, have you played Civ, right?
Yeah, right. That's how it works. And then
I was
meanwhile,
playing Civ literally right before we went on the podcast.
I can
Nice.
still play that. Civ 5 is supposed to be the jam.
Civ 5 is so good. Oh my god. We need to play it sometime.
Is there multiplayer in that?
Yeah.
Oh Jesus, I'm out of the loop. I played it for like 40 minutes. I think I really got a good taste of it.
What?
Everyone's like, when I started playing it, I remember our friends who, I forgot what is Batlick's actual name on Reddit. I can't remember. It's Catlix.
Catlix.
I got so used to the nickname, I forgot the actual name. But she's like, oh yeah, she's like, you play Civ 5, good luck, you're gonna start. Next thing you know, it's gonna be 2 days later. I started in like
That's
30
exactly what
minutes.
happens.
No, but with me, I started in 30 minutes later. I'm like, that was fun. And they're like, why did you stop? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I have such a bad attention span that I can't even play an addictive game longer than
Can't
like
even
45
get
minutes.
addicted right.
I suck at getting addicted.
Jeez.
The
Alright.
first time I played Civ 5, it
Yeah.
was my first Civilization game. And I
Mhm.
started it in the evening, and I was like, oh, let's just have a go at this. The next thing I knew, it was the next day, the sun was up, and I was at war with Korea. And I was like, what happened?
That's exactly what happens when I play Civ.
Is that your jam, Ken? Are you a Civ 5 addict?
Oh, I haven't played Civ in a long time, but
Oh.
the first time I played it, it was the next day. The sun was coming up, and it was time to get lunch.
Oh God. Hopefully, at this point, you were on a deal where you were working at home for the company and not in the office.
Yeah, that's a day where not a lot of work got done.
What games have you been pretty attached to right now?
It's been Blizzard games for me, so Heroes of the Storm.
Oh, you
a bit
play
of
HOTS?
Diablo. I do play HOTS.
Right.
I do play
I'll get my
HOTS.
friend code. It's on.
You and Roger need to. I don't know if that's multiplayer, but you and Roger sounds like you guys need to be.
I don't know if
jumping on
that's
that.
multiplayer.
That's a MOBA.
That's a
It
MOBA.
is.
We're gonna be like straight carrying people. We're just destroy fools. What do you
no.
play? What do you play?
Kerrigan's my new thing now.
Nice.
Uh,
Nice.
I have Lieutenant Morales, so that's been really fun.
Dope.
But yeah.
Did Mike tell you about the title of my art show?
Oh, what your title?
Okay.
Oh God.
Mike was like, "Yo, you gotta come up with a title for your art show, and then you gotta come up with titles for these new paintings you did." And I'm like really bad at that. I just like pick random shit. So
Oh yeah, move the microphone closer to you. This story is.
it was the patch, like not this last one, but the one before where they nerfed Kael'thas really
Yeah.
hard. Or well, they didn't nerf it; they just changed them. And anyway, I don't know if he told you this. The show, the title of the show was Ignite.
Nice.
And one of the paintings was called Gravity Lapse, and the other one was called Living Bomb.
Dude, how do I get in on this show? I'll do the Cat paintings.
This is the show that's at my gallery right now in Oakland. I thought you were telling the other story. There's more to this. Tell them how you got the dimensions of your piece. You fucking dork. How did you get the dimensions? When he told me, I was just like, you are such a nerd, and that's amazing. It made me so happy.
I cut the paper to be HD aspect ratio, 1080p.
Yeah, the roll was a certain height, and I was wondering when he did the show, I'm like, why did he make why is the length so random? It's not like any frame. And then later, it's after the show's been up a month and a half. He's just like, yeah. I'm like, I was measuring it. He's like, yeah, I wanted to make sure it was 1080p. I'm like, you fucking asshole.
That is awesome.
What? That's the new thing.
It'll be 1080p.
I mean, at least you know it'll make a sweet wallpaper.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
It doesn't transition directly.
It is exact wallpaper size.
We need to scan that thing. We need to scan that big ass.
I love that.
I need to check out this show. I want to see these pieces.
Yeah, come to Oakland.
Yeah, you gotta come up to Oakland. Come hang out. Show is up through the rest of this month. We'll get a lot of photos of it. You gotta just get on here. You know what we need to do is do like an episode we talk, like a breakdown, talk about the show and everything, all the experiences, how Rogers Art got a dude late on his first date, and then how we.
Oh, that guy.
That was a true story.
So awesome.
He came back to buy the art. Man was beaming the next day.
Love. Art is love. Okay. If you didn't know that before.
So he shows up. It was this couple. They show up, and I think I told the story. I don't know. They show up tonight. I already went into it. Just to sum up for Ken, but they showed up the night at the opening, and at the very end of the night. So by that point, me and Roger had already had some drinks and us just like winding down, feeling good, and they were just talking about the show, and so the woman's just like, "Oh, how's it make you feel?" And she just goes, and the girl, she's like, I don't know how other people feel. She's like, it's just like making me horny though. Is that like weird? Like, I'm like, no, that's fine. Like art can do that. Why not? Like it can do whatever it wants. And then I'm like, it should. Like some people look at it, they'll feel this thing. If you want to go home and just like jerk off to it or whatever, like then you do that. That's art. Let it do what it does. He's like, yeah. They're talking, and the guys, they're just the couple, they're just having this great time. I thought they were married. They were like so just like perfect with each other. Dude comes back the next morning. And he's just like beaming. He's just beaming. Big grin on his. It was an older couple. They were just adorable. Big grin on his face. And he's like, I have to buy this piece. And then he ended up buying 2 pieces. And then I was just like, oh, that's awesome. You're here with that. I don't remember her name. And he was just like, yeah, that was our first date. I'm like, what? Like I thought you guys were a couple. He was just like, yeah, it just went really well. It was amazing. And then I realized right there, I'm just like, dude, Rogers Art just got this guy laid. He was just like, he's like, yeah, it's like we really just connected and this and that, and he's like, I got a boat, we're going sailing today. I'm just like, what?
Oh, man.
Like, he was just so excited. I was like, that I think is the best thing that I've ever. That's the best I've ever seen art do for someone. There's like the best compliments I've ever seen. I've ever gotten at the gallery was that, and then another time where a group of friends came in, and they were just really like into it and staring, and there was like one guy kind of like the main dude in the crew, and everyone was looking at it and in their own zone, and most of the friends leave, and the one guy kind of hangs back to me, and I'm talking to him, and I mention I'm a manager of the space with all the studios, and he goes, yeah, I just gotta say that like my friends are actually like tripping on acid in here, and like your guys' studio just gave them like a really good trip, like they were really feeling this place, and it was like a really great trip for them. I'm just like, all right, nice. Like, there's that thing where I was like, well, an acid trip is a very sensitive situation for people, so it's like if the art is connecting with them in that level, then, well, I'll be damned.
Yeah.
So apparently, your art show in the studio gets people laid and helps people have good acid trips.
Art is love.
Art is love.
That's all.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it was.
That's all it is.
Pretty silly.
And when the girl was like, yeah, this stuff really makes me horny, I turned to the dude, I was like, you're welcome.
Well, it worked. That got you a sale. That's how you sell art right there.
And now I have to see this show.
We got photos.
Bring a date.
We got a lot of
That's all I
photos
gotta say.
during a date.
Really good date, bro. It's on.
Oh my god.
It was such a bizarre experience.
You know the one that's gonna get her?
What?
Gravity Lapse.
Gravity laps you,
Yeah.
frickin'.
Well, he knows. He knows what's up.
Oh,
She's gonna
man.
come in and be like, I don't know about this guy, and then he's gonna be like, are the dimensions this 1080p? And she's gonna be like, yoo-hoo! They're gonna call an Uber or whatever, rush home.
Yeah, it's on, dude. She don't have a chance.
God.
What did I even call it? Should have just called the painting panty dropper.
Oh my lord. Let's go to the chat. Shillings don't have holes. What?
Oh, they're still on that currency nonsense we were talking about. Like,
The coins with the holes. Do you guys
Yeah,
have
there you
hexagon coins? Don't you have like coins, or like the coin with a coin that's inside the coin? Like part of it's like copper and then the outside of
all
it's
those
silver?
weird
Oh
ones
yeah,
are, like,
that's the
Asian
£2
coins.
coin. And then
That's
the
the what?
hexagon is the 50p. I think it's an
Oh,
octagon
man.
actually.
Their coins are like so cool. They have a £2 coin.
The
Remember how
£2 coin is my
That
favorite.
sounds like.
Remember how weird the $2
really
bill
inconvenient
was
to
out
carry
here?
around.
Like the $2 bill
No,
was.
because I just carry around a bloody bank card. I don't need cash.
Well, doesn't the bank require you to carry a leather satchel full of coins?
No, literally everywhere in England you can use contactless. So you just like wave your card at them and it does it all for you. But if you go
Technology is
into
just-
Scotland,
Oh,
there's
boy.
no contactless. Like every single person else was like, "Can I use contactless?" They're like, "No." I was like, "What backwards country is this?" They're like, "I'm sorry, we only accept cash." I'm like, "What?
Cash
I've never
only, so-
held cash."
So pretty much
Cool.
Scotland is like the San Francisco mission of the UK.
It's old school, dude.
They go into the mission out here and it's cash only everywhere. And you're just like, oh my god, I need to find a bank. I haven't done this in a long time. Ken knows, he's in San Francisco. He knows the mission's cash only.
Oh, you're in San Francisco, dude?
I was from there. I grew up
Oh,
in San
okay.
Francisco. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I thought it was in LA.
LA
I
now.
am in LA.
Where are you in LA now?
I'm in Glendale.
Oh, Glendale, alright.
We've been talking about taking a road trip down there. I got family to see, and he's got friends to see.
Got a whole bunch of friends in LA. We got a road trip.
Yeah, whenever we do it,
We'll make a movie. Can I make a buggy mixtape?
we'll be on.
Bye, visit Disney.
We'll go down there. We can visit the office and studio.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Oh, that'd be awesome. We should all make a big road trip. Sarah needs to come out here and we'll all drive down.
Come see
Yeah.
Disney.
You gotta come out here. You and Dean gotta fly out. We gotta take like a big road adventure.
Dude,
I want to
if-
see
if-
a giant fluffy Stitch plushie.
If Sarah can make it out, we'll make a Blizzard tour happen for her.
Oh my god.
Oh. That's awesome. I have a friend right now that's going to be going to BlizzCon. That's super excited.
I'm
She's
headed to
from
BlizzCon as well.
Awesome.
It should be good this year because they have there's like a unwritten rule that they have like a year where they announce everything and then a year where nothing happens. So apparently last year like only a few things happened. They did bring out hats and stuff like that, but not much happened. So apparently this year should be really good.
I'm excited.
Here. We'll make adventures of this. This is exciting. And then when we go out there, then you guys have to entertain us when we travel out to the UK.
When
for
you come out
adventures.
here, you have to come to MCA in London.
It's all right.
Ridiculous.
We can schedule her on that. I tell you this though, I'm gonna be so embarrassing. Like my favorite thing ever. Like nothing makes me happier than being like the ignorant American. Like as long as it's like safe, you know. Like I wouldn't go to like, I don't know, somewhere where like if I'm the ignorant American, I'm a target. But if I'm in like London, I'm so playing the ignorant American card because that is just like that's just so much fun, you know. Be like I can't get a burrito out here, you know. I'm just like, oh, it's gonna be awesome. This isn't football. Last time I was out there, when I flew out, I was looking around and I was just like, I have to like, you know, I was out there with my girlfriend at the time. I was like, I gotta embarrass her. And so we get on a bus and we're exhausted after a layover and a long flight. And I see like one of the cabs. I'm like, there's the funny looking cars, and she just like buries her head in her hands. It's like, yes, welcome to Vacation with Mike. I'm gonna be loud and charming. MCM would be fun. I've only been to Ape out here. I've never been to like one of the big comic conventions with all the cosplay and all the madness.
You could have a go at being behind a stall. Do some of my drawing for me.
I will. I'll draw behind your stall if you want me to. I can't promise people will be happy with the results, but I'll try my best.
And I would love to break into that world, that convention world.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You gonna get in on this, Ken?
It's too easy.
We're gonna take like a big trip out there, round up the troops.
I'm applying for. Yeah, I'm down. Let's do it.
Awesome.
I've been applying to WonderCon, a few things down here.
Oh, yeah.
I was looking into maybe going to WonderCon. Keep me posted on that, because I was looking at maybe driving down there, like road tripping down to WonderCon for that.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, let me know when you do.
That'd be fun.
A lot of my friends are, I guess it was the weekend that just went. They were at New York Comic Con.
Yeah, a lot of my friends were up there as well.
I was just like, why are you guys going and I'm not? I told them that I rang up New York Comic Con to try and get a table, and they told me it was a 4-year waiting list. And one of them said they also got the same response, and it's absolutely not true.
Oh, it's not true. Then you can go.
Yeah, you've got a. What I was advised was to book my table under my own name and not my company name. Apparently, you get more attention doing that. It's just a theory at the moment. So, for example, my company name is Geyser Inc. So if I book a table at London MCM, I book it under Geyser Inc. So that in the show guide it says Geyser Inc. and everyone looks up www.geyser and finds me, right? But it's been advised if you want to get into New York or San Diego Comic Con, you should write your actual name. So I would say, hello, I'm Sarah Childs, trading as Sarah Childs. Because apparently they prefer to know that you're not a company trying to get into the comic tables. It's just a theory at the moment, but because I tried to call up as Geyser Inc. and the other people I'd spoken to, they were calling up as their company names as well, and they got the same response. We're wondering if that's the running thing, but it's just a theory at the moment.
Oh, that's good to know. Or
could be. I mean, you never know, like what's going on behind the scenes and make people make certain decisions towards things. You know, like decisions can be so arbitrary, like what people attach to or what they're just not interested in.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm done with my picture.
Really? Jesus Christ, I'm behind. I'm kind of happy with mine though. It's going all right.
I'm almost like, let's not show mine.
I had such a hard fail. Wait, was it last week? Did I tear up last week's thing? What was last week's?
Yeah, it was last week's, I think.
I don't even remember what I was painting. Every time I screw up and I have to smash it, it's like a nightmare, and then I don't remember what the original image is. Because it's like you wake up from the nightmare and you're like, I remember there was a dog, but I can't remember the rest of it. You know, that's kind of how it goes.
Oh shit, I gotta draw fast then.
Yeah,
I'm like,
there's not much
showed
time
up
left.
3 hours behind, like, yeah, what's up?
Yeah, you
it's
came
fine.
in right at the end.
Hey, that's me too.
Oh, snap. Oh, alright, I gotta get your friend code.
Huh?
Don't forget.
Friend code.
His Blizzard ID, so we can
Oh yeah, we gotta get you guys connected so you
straight
guys
duo
can
queue. So you can
start.
carry me.
So you guys can
To
do
rank
whatever
one,
lingo
I'll
is
carry
the
you,
thing
whatever,
he's
I don't know.
talking about that I don't understand.
One of us is about to get carried.
Oh boy.
What does it mean when someone gets carried?
That means the other person's like way better than them and just does all the winning for them, and they just,
Oh god.
so I don't know. I'm hoping he'll carry me.
I think I'm the one that's gonna get carried.
All right, I'll try my best.
I don't know. All this talk about carry sounds like you guys are talking about like Nickelback lyrics or something.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Ew. What? Ew.
Oh my god. Okay.
Jesus carries me.
Jen says that the finishing of the picture was 2 weeks ago.
Oh, that was 2 weeks. 'Cause I remember finishing an oil painting, and then I don't remember what I did last week. It's all
Last
such
week
a
was the
blur.
landscapes.
Oh no, I didn't finish last week. It was 2 weeks ago.
Wasn't last week the one you just won an RGD mod pick for? The girl with the hat?
That was not a podcast piece. That was
never
that
mind.
was just an
I don't know.
RGD thing. I was happy with that
That was
portrait. I really liked that
I had
one.
to work.
I had a handful of pieces done last week that I was pretty happy with. Feels
You've
good.
been cranking them out, getting.
I'm having some good rounds with oils, and then I had an oil fail over the weekend, which was kind of a bummer, but it happens. Oh, I failed pretty hard. I couldn't lock it down, and when it turns into that thing where the piece is going to take longer than you really want to allot the time for. So I just pulled the ripcord on it. I was like, I don't want to spend like 15 hours on this thing, and I was like, whatever, I'll just try again on a different one. I wasn't measuring well. It's all measuring. You were like blowing me up on the phone while we were in the podcast, and I was like, "What's going on?" My phone was blowing up. I didn't know what was happening. I haven't had a chance to read it, but I got a rough idea there. But yeah, I was thinking, we make those mixtapes. That's what that bad boy's for, right there.
Booyah! Oh,
Yeah.
it's on.
We got gift ideas
So
for
on,
people.
you guys.
They don't listen to the podcast, but just in case they do, I can't describe them.
We're making surprise presents for
Yeah,
some friends of
making
ours.
gifts. It's been kind of amazing overall when I really think about it, like how many people I've met just through RGD.
Yeah, I know, right?
Like really like piece it together for a second. It's been quite a community builder.
Yeah.
I agree.
This show happens because of that. At some point, Sarah's gonna be at her booth frantically drawing, and then all our dumbasses are gonna show up and be like, "Oh, where's the burritos? Their cars look funny. Look at all these coins!" Like being really embarrassing. And then she's gonna pretend to not know who we are, and then we're gonna be like, Sarah over here. Why are you drawing?
I'll be like, dude, they're just super fans. It's fine.
I'm gonna show my art at your booth too.
Hey,
Do like
that's
all the
alright.
annoying things. Can you take 45 minutes to look at my portfolio?
I do that. Is that bad? I do that.
You do look at people. How long do you look at people's portfolio?
For as long as the time I have is.
Oh
That's
wow,
not a sentence, but you know what
That's-
I mean.
that's really nice of you. What you're supposed to say is, "I'm a professional now. You need to figure this out on your own." And then you gotta have to tell them to go F themselves.
No, I think the
And then
thing
just
is,
be like, "You shouldn't even like. I hate your art." Just say that to everybody.
no, I think the thing is, when I first went to, oh my god, why have I not saved this bloody canvas?
You do that every
Save
week. You
that.
don't save.
I know, what's wrong with me? Red Hat RGD. Save. Right. When
Yeah.
I was at my first, well, not my first, it was maybe my second or third MCM, but not selling. I was like, wandering around, and my best friend at the time, she was like, go over to one of the Comic Village people and ask them how to get into this. I'm like, no. I was
Oh,
the most
God.
timid little snugglebutt you've ever seen. Like, I was like,
Little what?
kind of
Snuggle. Everything's cute out there. I
hide him
told
from
you.
everything and everyone, right? And this one lady, Tammy Taylor, she was standing behind her store, and my friend went, go ask her about stuff. So I walked over to her, and I asked her about how to get into the industry and stuff like that, and she gave me the time of day. And she just stood
What?
there, and she explained exactly how she got into the industry, exactly how to self-publish, how to get your work printed, all of that. And she just stood there and explained it to me. And then next year I was selling at MCM London. And
That's
like
what?
the fact that someone did that for me means that I will always do that for every single person who comes up to my store. Like if I have the time to talk to you, I will talk to you for ages. And if I don't have the time to talk to you, I will give you my email address and say, just email me and I'll respond as soon as I see it. Because like someone was so nice to me, and that meant that I could be in the career that I want to be in. So of course I'm going to do it for everyone else.
Well, that's very different than my experience when I drove 400 miles to hear Scott McCloud and Gilbert Hernandez and Steve Darnell speak. And they all did great lectures, and then I showed Scott McCloud my comic, and he made fun of it.
What?
And I was just like, hey,
Scott McCloud?
my comic was made fun of by Scott McCloud. That's a true story.
That's dope.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. In hindsight, totally don't blame him. I was like totally devastated and kind of annoyed. Totally don't blame him. But it was the.
Was it like?
But it was like,
complete
dude,
mess?
I was in a room. There was like 10 people in the room in like some hotel like lobby side conference room, and it's just like, man, I just drove 400 miles to like hear this, and you just made fun of it. It's not like you're busy. We're the only guys here. It's just me, dude. Like. You're not even like famous yet. You're just like blowing up right now, and since I'm a hipster, I'm just like a little bit ahead of the curve. That's all. And like,
What book was he getting big for at the time?
at the time, it was Reinventing Comics, which was the controversial one. Understanding Comics was out, which got him a lot of recognition and was a great book. And he was talking about Reinventing Comics, which was all about online comics, and he was getting a lot of shit for it. Because a lot of
That guy needs to have another idea, really. I mean,
it was good.
when he made fun of your comic, were you like, oh yeah, okay? Can you
Well,
just, like,
I was a little annoyed
publish the same
because
book
the
8
thing he
times?
made fun of was something in the comic I was actually making fun of. It was like a cliche I was joking
Right.
about. It was a one page. I don't even know why I showed him. Why did I show him? What am I going to do? Oh, that's great. Welcome to the... What's he going to do? You know what I mean? It made no sense that I showed him. But I didn't know what the hell I was doing. And I was nervous, and he was like a hero, you know, and that's what happens.
The thing is,
But-
at a convention, there are so many artists you don't end up with that issue. Like, because if one of your heroes speaks to you, it's kind of like this massive deal at a convention because you're like, oh my god, there's billions of artists here and you decided to talk to me. It's like a really big thing. But when you're walking around the convention floor, if you walk up to someone and say, hey, can you look at my portfolio? And they go, no, it's not a massive deal because there's 100 other artists. I've seen people walk up to every person and ask, can you see my portfolio? Or
Well, that's not
can
the
I
way-
hand you this
yeah.
piece of thing? And until they hit someone who says, yes, I'll have a look. And that's not actually a stupid thing to do.
Oh, man, I don't know. Like, it was funny. Oh, no, and then Bill Griffith was there, too. Did Zippy the Pinhead. That's right. That was cool. Very last minute, but I don't know. It was funny. He didn't rip on it. He wasn't like being a dick about it. He made like a joke, and it was just kind of like, yeah. Because I mean, the guy's like a comic scholar, and to the degree, you know. He got so much shit for Reinventing Comics, man. People really hated that book when it came out because it was all just about computers and online, and everyone was scared of it. And you know, his audience tended to be hipsters and old farts, which now that I'm kind of both of those.
You
It's
are
like-
both of those things.
I'm just like, that's not comic books
It's
should
like,
be
I
on
get
a
it.
page with paper. Brr.
Dude,
These computers do.
Digital comics. I don't actually own any of my own, but when I went and saw them in a museum, they are so good. Went to the British Library and I saw the Comics Unmasked exhibit, and when I was standing there, they had the original comics, like signed or with original drawings in them and stuff like that under glass. And then they had an iPad like attached to it that you could then flick through the comic and read it itself. So you're not going to damage any of the comics that they've got there. And oh my god, the experience was actually really good. The ones that they had there, I believe they were on Comixology. They were so well done. And I'm not sure how it works with manga. I think you have to not have any of the zooming in with manga, just because manga tends to be a lot more, I don't know, it doesn't stick to standard comic panel forms, so I think it works better when it's just like the full image of the page.
Is that because it's like very like splash page kind of focused? Like, I wonder if it's just the format
It's
and
kinda
the
like-
design of it.
Yeah, it's kind of designed so that there's things that will move in and out of the panels. Like there's some pages where you don't even have panels, you just have lines that kind of denote where a panel might be. So you kind of follow the character walking along or jumping out. And that was one of the things that actually made me fall in love with manga. That's why I decided to create manga rather than a standard comic. But I think that format doesn't really work with the kind of the zoom in comics. Like the digital comics, a lot of them they zoom in on each individual panel, and for some manga that's just physically impossible to do. But the stuff they had there, which was very Marvel, DC, that kind of stuff, it worked so well. You start off with seeing the full page, and then you zoom in on all of the panels in sequence, and it looks really good and was really high quality. So I was actually impressed because I was kind of against it before I saw it, not just because I didn't see how it would work. I was like, why would I want it digitally? Why when I can just have a physical copy? But it actually looks really good.
Well, and that was a big part of it, was the zoom in thing, because in his book Reinventing Comics, he talks a lot about the positives being where you can introduce an infinite canvas. There's no limits to your shape or structure. Also, what he called to is a static kind of animations where it's not necessarily animation, but something can move in it but still remain kind of like a static image. But they're
so popular with Comixology, and they're really well done.
Well, and then the most important thing is he felt that in a certain kind of democratization of the comics, it also would add a lot of diversity, because he was finding that in a lot of the online comics he was reading, it was coming from much more diverse audiences. I think just because of the accessibility of it. So there was just more range of ethnicities, more comics by women that you weren't seeing, that the numbers were still not is where they should be, and good book. It's a good book. I mean, he even had, what was his book after? He had a third book that was pretty good as well. It was more about the business of comics. I don't know. They're all good. I still say, though, if you have to read one book about comics, it's R.C. Harvey's The Art of the Comic Book, which Tim is currently reading right now. Best book about comics ever written.
I don't know. I read Making Comics, and then I got like
Making
halfway
Comics
through
was the third
Understanding Comics, and was like, this is the exact same book. Why am I?
It's very similar, but you really only need to read Understanding Comics. That's more important than Making Comics. But even then.
Well, at the time I was trying to make comics. So.
Well, yeah, but,
I figured that.
The only thing you need to do when you make a comic is to just follow your heart and your dreams. That's all. That's the only advice.
That's what making comics is.
Yeah, it's just your heart and dreams.
I mean, it's true, but there's also a lot of effort in.
I'm pretty sure it's just heart and dreams. Once you know what your heart and dreams are, you don't even have to try anymore. It just happens for you.
Yeah, just once you get your heart and your dreams in there, it's done, right?
The comic just happens while you're sleeping. Art of the Comic Book. That book was the shit. It won't help you make comics, but it will really change the way you read them.
Very cool. We have a lot of artwork to show, I believe.
I don't think we do. No, I'm just kidding. Yep.
There's a Schmoonify piece, a Gen is Fit piece.
Let's first get spots here.
A Maestro Chi piece, I don't know if we showed that, and a drawing by a Nanti. There are other artworks on there, but I don't know if they're watching the show, so I'm just going to show people who we know are watching the show. If anyone's hearing this and you're watching and you want your work shown, do let me know.
Oh, are you showing it, or you want me to show it? I can show it.
You can show it.
Yeah, I can show it. I'm locked and loaded. Just give me a second here.
I have a candle next to me. It's been burning like the whole time.
You haven't drunk it yet, have you?
No.
We were worried about that in the beginning. You would accidentally drink it.
I was. It's entertaining me.
I brought a candle.
You brought a candle?
Yeah, I brought a couple.
Do we all have candles? Can we all put candles down?
I was thinking about doing a fire painting.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah. Did you not see my?
I thought you were joking.
My last RGT, I did a fire painting.
When did you do that?
For fun. Oh,
Wait, what do you mean a fire painting?
Click on my username.
All right, hold on. First things first, we got
I thought I linked it to you.
We got to show some art. This one is going to be by a drawing by Anon, and I have so many windows open. All right. Is it showing? There we go.
Showing. Ew.
Dope. Oh, that's dope.
When it's
That's
on
really
toned
good.
paper. It makes me want to work on toned paper. It looks so fun.
I know, dude. I gotta bust mine out.
You got to. That's beautiful.
I love like pencil work and stuff on toned paper. It looks so good.
Yeah.
Well, and it's always like the little details that I didn't even really notice until, like, there was the just like the the little freckles around the eyes. Like I didn't even think about that. I didn't even notice it until I looked at their
Yeah,
drawing.
it's like graphic eyeliner.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. I really like the hair.
I almost see I don't know what the intention, but I almost like see like a little like dinosaur guy right here. See that? Like the teeth and then the eyes, right? See it?
I genuinely don't see that. I see a flower, which I believe is what is on.
Dinosaur. Look, teeth. See my cursor? That's the teeth. Eye. Here's a little arm.
Oh,
And then,
right.
like, the spiky back right there.
Oh yeah, all right. It was like
I found the secret art inside the art. Nothing gets past me.
I'm going to draw a dinosaur for you based on what you seem to think dinosaurs look like.
They look exactly like what I say they look like. That is beautifully
you
done.
weren't there, man.
I wasn't
You
there.
weren't
I wasn't. You're right.
A lot of people weren't there when the dinosaurs happened.
It
All right,
was
let's see
intense,
here.
man. All right.
Got a beautiful piece by Maestro Chi.
Oh, let's see.
Get that here. Screen share.
Yeah, see, I over-rendered again. This isn't that good.
You're over-rendering it.
I hate it. Hang on. Oop. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna distress
Look
it.
at all that. Look at
Oh,
that
I
different
love
line
the
work in there.
We're gonna distress this. We're gonna
I love
fuck it
how
up a
I
little
just-
bit, and then it'll look.
I love
cool.
how they went from contour to value to contour and back in the just in all the values and the shading across it.
Her right arm, or the arm on the left for us, I really like the folds in the clothing. It looks so heavy. If that makes sense. Like a kimono's weight. Really nice.
I really like how they did just the little contours for the flowers. They look like little Egon Schiele contours. That's awesome. And then shading the background into the figure, then back out again. That's awesome. Ooh.
Okay.
This piece just keeps on giving the more I look at it. Got a Genis Fit is next. Working on. I see the outdoors in the background of this one. Hold on a second. Genis Fit, guest on the podcast and currently in Thailand. Chilling, having the time of her life. Instead, I did the sketch, and then I like how I can see the city there behind her.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
I really like the face on this one. It's really subtle.
Yeah.
I feel like the hat in this drawing looks more realistic than the way it's held up in the photograph. Like the weight on it makes more sense.
Like in the photo, it feels like it's just kind of hovering and attached
Yeah.
to the head, but in the hat, she's actually wearing it in the drawing.
Yeah.
I totally see
There's
that.
an ink version as well. of
Oh,
this.
there's an ink version? Oh, okay, here, let's find that. Let's see here. Man, I gotta close some windows. This is insane. Hold on.
I drew you a dinosaur.
Maybe I need to refresh the screen. Ah, there we go. Oh, wow, that's really nice. Okay, here we go. Screen share this. It's interesting to see how much it changed from pencil to ink.
That's really nice.
Yeah, the line work's really nice. Really brought out the line work in it there.
Yeah, the dress, like all the flowing lines in the dress, it's very Art Deco.
Mm-hmm.
See, I can say smart things sometimes.
Deco. When you talk about Deco. We like to say our smart words on the podcast every now and then.
Occasionally.
The next
Photosynthesis.
using synthesis. It's like the next episode's about Discordianism. We're going to talk about that, and the Oulipo School of Writing. All right.
Yeah, that. Totes.
Actually, this stuff is really interesting. The Ulipos were the guys that give like themselves like really hard arbitrary rules to work around. Like Georges Perec, who wrote an entire book without using the letter E. And then the next level, it was translated to English and still didn't use the letter E. Think about that for a
Isn't
second.
that
Next
what,
level, dude.
Fitzpatrick did for The Great Gatsby?
Legit.
They did not use the letter E in The Great Gatsby?
Someone
Scott
told me that
Fitzgerald?
once, and I
I-
don't know.
Well,
highly
the word
doubt that.
great has an E in it.
Yeah,
so
great
I don't-
has an E in it.
Oh yeah, good point.
I don't know if I believe that.
No,
Yeah, I'll
but
believe
apparently in the text it doesn't have it, and I don't know.
Senator, you need to check your source on that. I would check your source.
I showed that one book on the podcast where the guy each chapter he only uses one vowel. That's Oulipo. He's one of the few only American
It's a
Oulipo
story
writers.
called Gadsby. Gadsby.
Oh.
Not Gatsby.
Almost
Gadsby,
had it. You almost had it.
1939 novel by Ernest Vincent Wright.
And was that an official like Oulipo thing, or was it just he didn't use the letter E?
Points for effort, you know.
I have no idea.
Better look that
But
up.
it's a Wikipedia page, and I can't bother to read the whole thing.
Yes, you can. No, I'm just kidding. All right.
Do you like my dinosaur that I made for you?
You made a dinosaur?
Yeah.
That's
This is adorable.
That's what dinosaurs look like. Of course it's adorable. It was drawn in England.
Everything English is
That's what your
adorable.
guys' dinosaurs look like. Ours just look tired and selfish.
Wow.
Well, I mean, their witches look like Emma Watson, so.
That's
True.
That dinosaur's the best. All right. Schmoonify. Wait.
Wait. Wait.
Wait. Brap. Brap. There we are.
I keep randomly jumping over to Ken's artwork and seeing like all the little things that you're adding, and I like all the like bobbly things you've added to the hat because they weren't there the last time I jumped over.
I'm like, please, nobody look at me trying to fix this.
That's the best part of the podcast is that moment where you go, "This isn't me, I swear."
They're looking at me.
This isn't me. I
don't know.
My boss isn't watching.
They can see me. Oh no.
I'm like, I don't know how you guys talk and draw at the same time.
Oh my god, it's so hard.
impressive.
People. That's the funny thing is people don't realize it, and that's hard enough. Talk, draw, share art, read the Reddit page, the Artisan page, and do the chat all at the same time.
It
It
doesn't
is
know,
a
work. It
challenge.
just doesn't.
I remember the episode that Tim did with Sarah when I was on the road trip, and it was just like, come back, and he's just like, I can't juggle all the things. Like, how do you? I'm like, dude, I can't either. That's why there's literally times you listen to the podcast, like we'll be talking, and then I have to just be like, yeah, I missed it. I was in the chat, you know. Like,
Yeah.
I'll work on something on the podcast, and then I'll get nowhere near finishing it by the end of the 5 hours that we spend on it.
yeah.
And then you go to it the next day, and I finish it in like half an hour, and it's like, what?
Yeah.
Does
Yeah.
it really do that much?
It's hard. It is hard. God, Schmoonify always has the best line work.
Dig it.
Dig it. So
That is
so
Minify
does.
creates very distinctive eyes.
Yeah.
I've noticed. You can
Mhm.
spot a Shmoonify piece from the way the eyes have been drawn.
Yeah, it's got that, and it's got like and also like such a kind of an expertly handled symmetry, which is very hard to do. It's very hard to make. I remember reading a whole article. Actually, it was something Frank Miller was talking about, and he was talking about how hard it was to make symmetry work, and then always trying to reference Kubrick films because Kubrick was really good at it. True story.
Sorry, I was staring
I
into
believe
the
you.
fire.
I believe you're.
That might have been with I have a book that's Will Eisner and Frank Miller like having a chat, and I was so stoked because I love both those guys.
Yeah.
And then I read the book and it was just like the most intense circle jerk I've ever like seen in my life. It was
No,
just
they're
like,
just
I
like,
was
you're
ju-
awesome. No,
Hey,
you're
no,
awesome.
you're awesome. I was just gonna say that. Well, I said it first. I was like, oh my god,
There's,
I can't read this.
There's an interview between the creator of Death Note and the creator of Dragon Ball. They're having an interview with someone else, like an intermediary, and it's literally that. It's like, you're like my favorite person, and the other one's like, please watch your show.
It is like adorable when people just like fan out on each other though.
Yeah,
It's so cute.
It is cute. Did you ever see the battle between like when Frank Miller and Alan Moore kind of went at each other like during the Occupy thing? That was pretty crazy.
No, I missed
It was pretty awesome.
I missed the entire situation.
Frank Miller made fun of Occupy, and then Alan Moore just like called him out on some bullshit, and it was pretty amazing. It was like, whoa, it's like two guys that are my heroes fighting. This is intense. This is like a comic movie. Who's gonna win? It was a lot like kind of like, you know, like Batman versus Superman, Frank Miller style. It was really like that in action.
You don't take that at all.
Oh, Shmooney, I love your work. So good. All right. So much art. Blue ballpoint.
Shredify says, the key for me is to flip a lot and use some liquefy now and then.
Is that just to like vary up the like the symmetry to try to add subtleties in the like it's? I'm really curious because it's a very hard kind of process to juggle. I'm just gonna show everyone in here. I don't know. Blue ballpoint makes really beautiful line drawings.
Oh,
Ballpoint.
that's so nice.
Yeah, it's really nice. Blue ballpoint, are you in the chat? Are you here? Are you here with us? You should be here with us.
I don't think they are.
Hmm.
But that is so nice. I really like how
Wow.
geometric it is. It's so she looks like a little puppet. Like someone's gonna bring her to life. It's so cute.
Added some kind of like almost an inquisitive look in the expression too.
Yeah. She looks like she's wondering what's going on. So cute. I love it when people do that, when they add so much personality into something.
Roger, is that a chopstick with an eraser tied in the
It
middle
is
of
a
it?
chopstick with an
Hold on a
eraser tied
second.
to
You
it.
guys need to
Wait,
look at
what?
this. This is insane. Look at this little like drawing erase tool that he has here. I'd never seen something like this before.
Yo, homemade implements. you
Look at
guys.
this. Look at this.
Lesson 1.
It's a sharpened eraser in a split chopstick with a rubber band holding it in. Do you see that?
That is ridiculous.
It's kind of amazing. This is
All right, we're gonna show the uses of this.
All right, here.
Okay,
You get in the hot seat while I do the sharing stuff, and then you can show how you're going to
Okay.
use that strange ass tool that
See-
you made there.
See, you take an eraser with an X-Acto knife, and you just cut like a wedge, like that. See that?
Where'd
Yeah.
you come up with this? Where'd
And
this
then
come
you
from?
cut a chopstick in half. You just put it in there, and then you've got this cool little thing that you can just erase out hair highlights like that. See this? Boom. Boom. Dope, right? Not dope?
Why did you just like the whole chopstick aspect of it and like the split it? Like you couldn't just like tape it to a pencil or something?
Because it's for hair, so it's like you want that big, long. You know what I mean? You want the long stroke. You want that. You want it to be a straight.
Yeah, that
I
makes
don't
sense to me.
Never mind. All right.
No, that
I
makes
think
sense
it's
to
awesome.
me.
I'm trying to bring some knowledge here. Okay, you're gonna make fun of me.
Oh God. There's a really nice piece by Nosery. I'm not sure if they are watching, because lots of times people have different names in the chat than they do in the podcast, so it's easy to get people mixed up. And
Yeah,
being
what
as
I'm trying to
horrible
do
with
is-
names as I am,
I'm trying to pay attention to who says I've posted something. That's kind of my indicator.
I try to do that, and then I forget who said it, and then I just like, fuck, I'll just show everyone. Here's Nosery's piece here.
All right. Somebody post mine here.
I love it there. Are you
I'm
done?
just gonna say I'm done.
Keep working until I'm done showing the screen shares, and then you're done. I love all the different styles seen in this.
Yeah.
It's just so interesting to see so many different approaches. The Mud Man's Quickie.
Oh, I didn't see the Man's. Let's see.
Yeah, doing it now. Oh, we always a big fan of his line art. It'll be fun with the Mud Man's on the show. I'm saving it because that guy's just so full of stories.
The face is really accurate in this one.
Mm-hmm. This one's actually particularly more representational accurate than a lot of his work, but in like a good way. You know, okay, already like the first thing I saw, and I can say is definitely my favorite part of this drawing, is look at the line that goes from her shoulder down her arm and then straight into her hand and then does a finger.
Yeah.
That line is awesome. That line is so well done.
Ish.
Oh, that is awesome.
I love how picky he's been about what details go in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, none of the inside of the shirt is there, but you know what it is.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
I gotta be honest, this might be one of my favorite Demon Man drawings, because even his name kind of gives the hint of the grass and leaves
I didn't
behind
even
her.
see the name before.
Yeah, you just thought it was part of the background, right?
Yeah.
Nope. This might be my favorite Demon Man drawing that he's had on the podcast.
So cool.
Oh, it's so well done.
Oh, Ken, I'm really liking the sketch that you're doing at the moment.
I need to fix it. I need to redo this completely.
I don't know. There's something about the way you've drawn the eyes in parallel to the hair that makes it look so energetic, and I really like that. It's so early on in the sketch, but I was just like, oh, I like that.
Oh my God, Slam 9's working on some art cards, and oh man, these are awesome. And I love the Home Taping is Killing Music cassette card.
are
That is
awesome.
so
Oh,
rad.
that's so good.
That's awesome. Especially as someone who's been noticing that cassette tapes are making a comeback. Very bizarre.
That
Retro.
glass of like orange juice or whatever it is, that's gorgeous.
Technology is cyclical. No, it isn't.
Love that whale.
Beepers are gonna make a comeback. Watch.
What, the beeper?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for 3.5 floppies to make
Get
a
some
comeback.
beepers, you guys.
It's like, hey, you want to
It's
read my
gonna be
novel?
honest.
It's on a floppy disk. It's on 2 floppy disks. It is funny though. I got to admit, a lot of like the record labels, when I'm looking up music now, they all have cassette versions of the songs. They are releasing cassettes.
Are you
Nice.
kidding me?
It's so hot.
I'm dead serious. Like there's the vinyl. I always look for the vinyl now, and then there'll be digital. So I look for the high quality digital, and then there's cassettes. Like people are making cassettes again. There's like little USB charge cassette players.
That kind of upsets me.
It's awesome. Listen, it's gonna be
Why would that
awesome.
be upsetting? That's
We go out there. Okay. So I already have some things I got to bring out when we go out to the UK. I'm gonna bring cassettes, and then I'm gonna bring a little cassette player, and you're gonna have to use a cassette player to listen to them. That's just the way it is.
I mean, I listened to cassettes when I was a little kid. I've got fond memories of them, but it just seemed, what's the point? I also, I have fond memories of them, but I also have horrendous memories of just tape everywhere. Why would I want that back in my life? I've moved on from that.
So you think. So you think. Until you listen to the cassette, and you're gonna be like, God, I miss this feeling. Hitting the play button, and it's like the play button's like 7.5 inches like deep, like you gotta like, it's just ridiculous. You know, you don't just tap a screen where nothing
Dude, that
moves.
was amazing. I completely forgot that moment from my life. But yeah, pressing that on button that takes like a minute
Yeah.
to turn on.
It's like they're
because you've got to
huge. The
go
buttons
so
are
far.
massive. What am I? Actually, there's a weird throwaway line in an episode of Seinfeld where Elaine pulls out a power button out of a VCR, and it has like the part that goes all the way back, and then Jerry looks at it and goes, "Look how deep it goes! It's like a tooth." And that's like the cassette player. It's like a tooth with those buttons. And then when you rewind it and you can like feel it and hear it, like rewind, and then it hits that bam like right at the end, and you're so ready to jam. And it didn't skip like your stupid Discman. So this, I forgot who the artist was because we were talking about cassettes.
I remember
This is
Dodgy
the
D,
same
actually.
dog.
The same dog. Awesome.
Yeah, I actually considered this one.
I'm just looking at all the little like contours
I know.
and stuff.
And I was really looking closely at the hair because I like all the directions there, and then in the collar, like getting that kind of the fabric texture there.
The hair's really nice actually. Like the contour of the outside of the face with the hair is really nice.
Mhm. And I was looking at this piece and I was like nervous at the thought of trying it because it was a very straightforward portrait. So you have to like really focus on those details and those measurements.
Mm.
And they went after it. It went really nicely. They got a nice like shading line on the nose, and the nostrils are drawn really well too.
I think this
Beautifully
is when you have this kind of like very front-on picture. Working digitally is so useful because you can flip it so easily and see any issues that you've ended up with.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you mean cheating?
We're not going there, Roger.
JK, sorry.
I mean,
I'm just
it would be so much
kidding.
easier to just trace the image.
JK, digital artist. that's
No,
what you
JK.
guys. Love all of you.
Just causing the
You're my
controversies.
favorite.
So full of
You're my
controversies.
favorite.
If I'm missing any from the chat or anything, let me know. I want to go back to drawing. You gotta cut that sharper in there.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, just in the same way that I need to actually make my plants look like plants. They're not just lines. Damn.
We're probably gonna finish up very soon.
And then we'll start part 2 the next 4 hours. I'm just kidding. Yes.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
almost 6 a.m.
Oh God. Yeah, we ran late. That's how the podcast works. We run late every episode, an
I thought
hour
I linked-
longer than it was supposed to be.
Did I not link you
Link me the what?
the fire painting?
Oh no, where's the fire? Where'd you send it?
Yeah, I posted. It was an RGT. I just straight posted it.
Oh, okay. Hold
It
on a
was
second.
Like a one note thing.
Ain't no thing. but a
I
chi-
swear, I put it in in our fucking chat.
Reddit.com/u/RogerFace
In the family chat.
in the fam chat. I haven't looked at the fam chat since we started doing the episodes. Oh, this was a day ago? Jesus, how did I miss this? So you did that all with a candle?
Yeah,
Oh, Jesus.
it was super fun.
You're out of your damn mind. All right, hold on a second. This is a piece Roger did with a candle.
Okay.
Hold on. Burn on paper.
Whoa.
How did you get the eyes? Did you have to draw the eye?
No hotness, bro. What?
Did you have to draw the eye with a pen?
No, you can brush the soot off
Oh.
and get back a little bit of.
Did you set off the smoke alarm in your apartment?
The first one caught on fire. Like, legit, I had to throw it in the sink. And like running across my apartment, like, oh my god!
And your roommates are like, why did we invite an artist to
No,
live
they were
with
off
us?
camping.
Where are they camping?
I don't know, somewhere.
I
Camping.
hate that place. I'm just kidding.
Some camping place.
Yeah,
There's camping at the camping place.
that's awesome. Just like the new thing you're exploring now.
I guess. I mean, it's fun. So.
Where'd you get the
I'm
idea
gonna do
for
it
it?
more?
Like you just randomly think I'm gonna burn paper?
No, I saw like a YouTube video or something, and I was like, hey, that looks like fun and dangerous. And
And therefore perfect.
And therefore,
Yeah.
perfect.
stand back. I'm doing art.
Artist at work here. Look out.
It was
Oh,
kind of
Lord.
like when it first popped up on the screen, I was waiting for it to load. Because I was like, it's so blurry, when's it gonna like click in the light? I was like, oh my god, it's like
Ouch.
genuinely
Alright.
smoky.
The effect is hard to paint details with a candle.
Yeah. There's
Kind
some
of-
difficulty.
It kind of blew my mind. I don't even know how you would do that.
Very carefully.
You just gotta light a candle and then you try it like 5 times. And then you're like, oh,
It took 5 tries to all the other 4 catch on fire.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, no, this was my second time trying.
That's cray.
Right, it doesn't seem to be that anyone has any last questions. I've asked in the chat.
Yeah, I think we're hitting the end here. The
Yeah.
wrap up.
Just gonna do a check to make sure we haven't missed anything.
I think I'll switch cameras now, which means I am going to disappear for a minute, and then I will be back in.
Oh, here's mine.
Oh, we got Roger's ready. You know, and if
I'm
Tim's
done.
ready, we got to show Tim's too.
I'm done.
Roger put out a charcoal piece while we were waiting here.
That's
With his-
cool.
and his chopstick eraser.
With the chopstick eraser. Legit, you guys. Legit. Oh man. Okay, her face looks totally different if I'm looking at the monitor from this angle. I was sitting way to the side. All right. Sorry, submitter. The monitor was turned at a weird angle. I messed up your face.
As a wrap paper, I'm gonna give Tim an
Wow,
extra minute
yeah,
in
that
case
looks
he's,
way
in
different.
case
Hang
he's
on.
rushing in the other room to finish. And I put the pressure on by saying that out loud.
I don't even know if I don't think he's drawing.
Is he not drawing? No,
when I
Tim
was-
draws the podcast. He's gotta be drawing.
When I came in, he wasn't.
He wasn't drawing? That doesn't sound like the Tim I know.
Well, you know. I don't know, man. Maybe you guys have
Trulify
some
says, I love her eyes on that one.
issues.
On the Roger piece?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thanks.
We've also missed a Animaniac piece, which is on the Artist Lounge thread.
Oh, alright. Let's jump over there real quick.
It's for the playing with Halloween decorations piece.
Oh. How did I miss that?
So yeah, I bought more gear today for fire paintings. Check this out.
You bought gear for fire paintings?
I bought.
You bought special candles?
They're not special candles. They're just long candles.
I got some of those. I got them because in episode 2 of Noob School, I was gonna start with a romantic dinner intro, and then I never made the episode. Now I
I
have
got
candles.
the end of a tiki torch
Nice.
for the big flames.
You're crazy.
Dope.
All right, here we go. I think I found it. Animaniac 1126. This is for the Halloween Birds piece. Nice. This is actually a nice contour drawing here. I'll check it out.
There we go.
This was another piece we considered for the podcast.
Yeah, and then we saw that there was like 5 billion submissions on it already.
We got scared and ran.
I
We
really
chickened
like
out.
this.
Yeah. I like how people are approaching the just the different patterns on fabrics.
Yeah. Oh, Demon Man's
love
back
this.
for a little bit.
Hello, Demon Man. I'll be right back. One second.
I was just checking the previous Artist Lounge podcast, checking we didn't miss anything from that one. But it all looks good. So we'll probably be wrapping up in a second. So, Ken, where can we find your work online, and do you have any projects that you're working on that you can talk about?
Most of my projects I cannot talk about.
Yeah, I figured.
But my work, most of it you can find on Instagram or Tumblr. There's instagram.com/kenpaints, or it's kenpaints.tumblr.com. That's most of my just personal work that I'm allowed to post.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What about you, Roger? Where can we find your stuff, and do you have any projects you're working on at the moment?
I don't.
We can find your stuff
projects.
at FM Gallery
Yeah, you can find my
in
stuff
Oakland.
at
The gallery I started.
fmoakland.com. All right.
FMOakland.com.
That's what it is.
We gotta hold on a second.
Go there, check it.
You know, this is
Legit.
right.
It's dope.
Oh, yeah.
Represent.
Ignite in full 1080p. Right. This is a little card here. I guess I could screen share the actual computer, but
Hey, that's on the RGD banner, guys.
Yeah. I
oh,
love
this
that
piece is the
actually.
RGB. Yeah, this is. You can see this piece live in action
In
Yeah.
person.
in person. That's the
In a
word.
frame.
In a frame on a wall,
Matted.
matted. Is
is
this an
it-
IKEA frame?
Is it floating? I don't think it's floating. It's
No, I
not
think
floating.
this one's
It's just
matted.
matted.
It's matted. I don't think
Straight
it's
up.
floated.
Ignite, which you now know the reason.
Drawing of and I know the reason, and I know why some of the big pieces
title.
are in the dimensions they're in. Not an easy selling point. What the hell was that sound? I'm gonna switch screens real quick to the other screen. Give me one quick second here. Which means I'm going to exit out of this screen of the current drawing, which I think I can finish tonight on my own time and get it submitted. I'm actually pretty happy with it, which is a relief.
Yeah, that looks dope, dude.
Yeah, I really like the way you've done the dress pattern.
Alright, so can I leave this with you, and you can, like, spray fix it and then scan it, and upload it in my name?
You need anything else there, sir? All this. Hold on, I'm going to switch out.
And,
I'm going to disappear for a second.
Okay. There's a question from Demand Man for Ken. Do they still use gels in the animation industry, and how do they sell them?
Do they still use gels? Was that the question?
Yeah.
They don't. Very rarely if they want to do like a special episode, but even then, not anymore. So, nope. Sorry.
That makes sense. I figured as much. I saw chroma paints the other day for the first time, and I was like, oh my god.
There used to be when painters used to paint on cells, and a really old school painter told me this. It used to be really toxic and dangerous. They were really glad they switched over to digital because her friend, I think she's approaching 70, and she just got sinus surgery, and she just found out there's like really colorful pellets that have built up in her sinus like over time. So she's okay now, but it was kind of weird for the surgeon to see just a bunch of colors in somebody's sinus.
That's insane.
Yeah, working in animation like a couple years back, well, several years back, was kind of dangerous for your health.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm just watching them faff about, taking photos.
We're doing our best, We're actually going to try to take some selfies for Instagram. We're going to make duck faces,
Yeah.
duck
Nice.
lips. Unfortunately, we have to go get in my car to get a proper selfie. Sarah, what do you have coming up for us? You have MCM coming up.
Oh god, apparently it's in 2 weeks.
It's just-
This is the face that you get. Yeah, so MCM's coming up. That's the 25th or something, that weekend. I will be at C... one second, let me just check. I've got the correct number. Facebook. Okay, I will be at tables CJ17 and CJ18. So C just means Comic Village, and then it will be row J, and then numbers 17 and 18, which should be an end table. So I'll be on one of the ends, and I'll have a double table. I don't know if I'll be able to have anything that's brand new for MCM London for this show. At the moment, I'm trying to focus on commissions getting completed, so I haven't had a chance to complete stuff for MCM London. I'll have all of the prints and stuff with me. They were selling very fast at MCM Scotland, so if you are interested in those, they will be there. That's like the big A3 prints of the girls for all the different like locations. I might try and get some little postcard stuff done in time, just because I know there's a few people who come every single year and want new stuff. So I will try and get that done, but whether I can get stuff done, sent to the printers, and delivered in time within 2 weeks, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, so MCM London. I'm also looking to kind of do a sort of like time schedule for it. so that there will be specific times where I'm drawing, where you can book a slot to be drawn, and specific times where I'll be free, so that I can chat to you, look at your portfolios, give you advice about artwork, that kind of thing. Because that went really well at MCM Scotland, where people were like looking through their portfolios, and I was helping with that. And giving advice about digital art and stuff like that. So if you're interested in that, pay attention to my Facebook feed, which is facebook.com/Geyzra, G-Y-Z-R-A, which is down here, or Twitter, which is just @Geyzra as well. The posts get sent to both of those at the same time. So if you follow those, you should see posts while I'm at the show that are announcing when I'm doing stuff, where I am, and all of that stuff, and also like photographs of my location, so you can see what banner I'm under and stuff like that. So if you're interested in seeing me at the show, follow my Facebook and Twitter. You can also find my website here at geyzra.com to see all of my arty stuffs. I have my Final Fantasy stuff on there. The collector's edition of the book, I've had a few people messaging me asking me to hold copies for them. So if you do want to order a copy of the collector's edition and then pick it up at the show rather than having me package it all up there, just drop me an email and I'll sort that out for you. But yeah, that's everything. What about you, Mike?
Personally, nothing much. I'm just making art right now, and we got Roger's show. We still have 2 weeks left, about. And then your show actually comes down, I think, on Halloween.
Ew.
Yeah, gross,
Can we
right?
just do it?
We'll do it the day after Halloween as well.
Alright.
I might have to work that day as well, but
Do you have a costume?
no, I actually might have to work the day after Halloween. It's getting weird. What, do you have a costume?
I might borrow Jesse's from last year. It's
What's
so
that?
funny.
What
It's
is
so
it?
good.
What are you gonna be?
It's just a t-shirt that says Go Ceilings.
What? Ghost ceilings.
Yeah.
What
So
does that mean?
you're a ceiling fan.
What? Oh God. Oh God. That's horrible. Oh.
Yeah.
All right. I don't have anything coming up. Roger's gonna go as a Ghost Ceilings T-shirt for Halloween.
It's
So you're a ceiling fan.
Get it?
God.
It's a shirt that says Go Ceilings. And you're a ceiling fan.
Right, okay, yeah, I get it. It took me a little while to figure out what the wording would be, but yeah.
Oh my God.
That's so good.
You have to at least have a fan-shaped hat that spins.
You get like that number one, the finger, the foam
Yeah,
finger.
with
and then-
ceilings.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's horrible. I don't have art. I'm glad I don't. I'm glad I don't have art coming up. I've never been so inspired.
I feel like we need to do like a little mini dress up for whatever the closest podcast to Halloween is.
I know we should do something. We should do the monster draw thing.
Yeah, the monster draw a
Come up with
minion
some
thing.
type of Halloween celebration for the Halloween podcast, which should be the week before Halloween. We gotta do a mini dress up, draw monsters. Maybe we should round up the troops for that one. We should hang out for that one.
All right.
Do you not work Mondays anymore?
No, I just got this Monday off.
You need
Stars.
to not work
Sorry,
Mondays. And then we'll dress up. We'll come up with some type of theme thing. Maybe we can monsterify people's RGDs. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm just curating Roger's show, and that's just what's going on right now with that. Nothing to announce yet.
Doing a great job curating.
Thanks.
Like,
I hope so.
it's so
Yachts, bro.
curated.
We're gonna
you
get those
guys.
yachts. So curated.
It's so curated.
By curated, it means I hang it on the wall, and if someone wants to buy something, I write an invoice. Curated.
Ridiculous. Hashtag curated.
Hashtag
All right. That's what we got.
Brilliant. Awesome. Thank you for joining us for the podcast today, Ken.
Yeah,
it was
thank you
fun.
so much, man. That was
Thanks for
awesome.
having me.
Bro,
That was great.
must be your Blizzard ID so we can.
Oh,
I think,
yeah, I sent it to Mike.
Yeah, he sent it to me, dude. I got it for you. I can forward it to you.
Yeah.
And then you guys
Yeah,
can be kicking some ass
We're
on
gonna
there.
phone some dude.
Capone noobs.
Oh boy.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Oh, dear. All right then, let's wrap up. So thank you everyone for watching the show. It's been great fun. Thank you for telling us all the inside scoop on industry awesomeness.
Of course.
And I guess all that's left is for Mike to sing us out.
We always sing, and you want to join in the exit song? We just make up the lyrics as we go.
How does it go?
Just goes like, goodbye,
I'll beatbox it.
so long. We're glad you joined us in the Artist Lounge podcast. It's hard. You can't beatbox.
I can't beatbox
I'm
it.
crooning. I croon the song as we leave.
Yeah, there's no.
I'm good.